Good morning, Goblin. Martar might be too hard for me right now. I don't know. I don't even have pants. I could try it. Um, and if it goes bad, I'll just, run away and zone. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. This Ranger is a little squishy. Like I tried. I got the eye patch. I got the XRBP. It's just Ranger things. Yeah, snare and bow, snare and bow. I could do that. I have, let's see how many arrows. Oh no, just four. I have four arrows, so I don't know if that's gonna work. I might have to go to Hallis, pick up some things. Um, but the mammoths are really easy. That's why I came. I think last stream I hit like 30, 29, 30, 31 maybe. And when I logged in, I was like just 31. So got half a level in 40 minutes. You know what I mean? It's going. It's going. I'm still waking up over here, but it's gonna be a long stream today. I'm going for hours and hours and hours. I'm going as long as I can. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a good one. Hopefully we get some action too. For better or for worse. I wouldn't mind a little PvP on the PvP server. You know what I mean? What if we had a new red? What if they wiped it? Would you log in then? We need a new red. I need a new red. Everybody needs a new red. Even people that don't know, they need it too. Because this old red is, ugh, bloated. It's too many years of classic Kunark and Velius. You know what I mean? Never really had a fair timeline. That's just my opinion, though. Uh oh, that's no good. Is he like answering people or just totally ghost right now? I'm getting arrows. Because I do want to try killing harder things potentially. I think an ice giant would probably be not good. You know, what's my archery skill? One. Oh, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna get archery up, and he is answering. Has some IRL shit. Yeah, I mean IRL shit can happen. You know what I mean? Once it's winter, people end up coming back. You know what I mean? Like other plans, things are happening. Okay, interesting. Oh, I'm going the wrong way, right? I got to go to north for Hallis. Yeah, like we used to say on the forums back in the day, winter is coming, and yeah, once it does, we'll be even. I don't even want to get excited for this server. You know what I mean? I want to be excited for something fresh, whether it's a wiped red or something altogether different. Um, yeah, winter's coming. What is this? Somebody's corpse? Oh, it's a rock. Okay. I'm trying to picture the map of these, what's it called, valleys right now. I'm always bad at running through this. Oh yeah, so there's the goblins, right? So I screwed it up already. That's alright. If I just kind of go north, we'll get there eventually. We can only hope. We can only hope. But it's been a while. But I'm gonna stay hopeful. Stay positive. But meanwhile, yeah, here I am doing this. This is Buckeroo. I like Buckeroo. He's fun. He's got some gear, but other gear, no, not really. What's this? A pearl earring? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This guy needs some work. But it's good enough. It's passable. You know what I mean? It doesn't take much to kill these mammoths. Shout out to Logan for that idea. I wasn't really, you know, never really played a ranger like this. So I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to do, where I was supposed to be. And he suggested I check out the mammoths and easy street, right? Like the snare lands, the fear lands. There's plenty of them to track around. Like they were dark blue for me for quite a while. Now they're blue and green, but yeah, got half a level and 45 minutes of it or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move on soon, I think, though. Like, once I hit 32, I think too many of them are gonna be green, probably. It was good while it lasted. I don't know where to go after that yet. Didn't get that far in the plan. Maybe back to Kazakh Thul, try the Crocs again. Those were a little too tough when I was like 28 or whatever. When I was on my way up here, I stopped in, see what I saw. Dig up your, yeah, appreciate it if you do. Thank you. Hopefully the vendors like me better than Dubious. I think they do because I already vendored to some guy. Okay, good. Going in, trying to find arrows. I'm gonna guess they're probably near the Warrior Guild or something. You know, I'm just gonna pull up a map in another tab. Instead of guessing, let's just get this show on the road. Hallis map, P99. Because I don't know Hallis. I will fully admit, I know how to get to the bank. You know, my bard's banked there plenty of times. But as far as buying arrows, no, I don't know. Oh, Chester's yelling. Alright, what do we got here? Looking at the map. McPherson's Bloody Blades. Number 11 on the map. Okay, easy. Ooh, ice, yeah, nice. There's so many of those. That's like a great thing. I get it. It's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you, Mossy G. Walruses will be fun too. I never did those. I've seen them. You know what I mean? When I'm doing like Ring Quest or whatever, I'll have to kill some walruses. But I never like leveled on walruses, I should say. So that'll be fun. Something different. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Yeah. McPherson's Bloody Blades, right? Uh-oh. Where am I? I gotta look at the map again. I think I ended up in the wrong little spot. Oh no, I'm right next to it. It's right next to Yi Magic. Right? Didn't I just see Yi Magic? Yeah, okay. There we go. Somebody in here's got them. Try to get Chester to hop up. He gets like this sometimes in the morning, you know? A little shouty. Oh wow, they don't even sell whole arrows. I gotta make them. Oh boy. Well, I mean, no better time to start, right? I'm just gonna buy the cheap stuff. Because my skill is gonna be like 0. Oh boy. Trying to. Okay, this is the cheap shafts. Will I not have tips? Well, like I said, no better time to start than the present, I guess. Where's I putting the spare? Okay. Oh yeah, I could sell Fine Steel two-hander. Alright. I'm like already fed up with this. You know, I wanted to just buy store-bought arrows and move on with my life, but you know, this is fun too. It's fun too. I hope I have enough skill to actually like start this off. I usually spend at least one, you know what I mean? Yeah, I got one. Good enough. Good enough. Because if you have 0 skill, right, you can try this all day and you won't get your first skill up. Is that how it works? You like have to buy the first point to like unlock it. That's how I always understood skills anyway. And so I go to my trainer. Because you can't just like equip a second weapon and no dual wield, right? You got to go get dual wield and then you can dual wield, right? Oh. These arrows are better than the ones I was trying to buy, though, right? It's like, or maybe they're the same. I don't know. It's been a while. Probably the same. That's something I could do while I run around and kill mammoths, too. I'm a real ranger now. Once I equip the bow. I got the Dragoon Durkon for stats because the bow is, I think I picked it up off a Centaur, you know, piece of shit bow. It is what it is. Gotta start somewhere. I'm lazy when I make an alt, right? I'll put like some good gear on it, and then I just get so lazy. I fill it up the rest as I go. Got some jagged bands, you know, like cool, I guess. Pearl earring, I might as well vendor that, but then there's an eye patch and the icky beepy. You know what I mean? So whatever. We're 1 hour into the stream. 1 hour out of many. It's going to be a good long one today. I'm trying to ding, trying to move on. I'm trying to ding again and ding again. You know, I'll get on the raft. Whatever I got to do to get to Iceclad. It'll be a real hoot, an adventure. In fact, I'm wondering maybe I should just pack it up now while I'm in the valley. I'll go a little harder. Ding one more time. It's easy enough. Got half a level in an hour, and a good part of that hour I wasn't really doing shit. Uh-oh. I wasn't paying attention, and I think I took a wrong turn. Hate this guy. was this? Okay. Never did that quest, whatever that's about. I'm not going to look it up though because I'm almost certain it's going to be like not for me or outdated. Ignorance is bliss. I'm just going to move on with my life and pretend I never fought that skeleton. I don't need to fill up my bank with stuff. I mean, it's no rent, so it's a problem that takes care of itself, but just nothing, no can of worms I want to open right now. I hope I'm almost out of here. This seems decent, right? Yeah, there we go. Easy. I didn't doubt myself for a second. I get lost in there on the bard sometimes. For the most part, I know my way around. And I'm going to go ahead and blame uh, having no clue what I'm doing now. The bard moves fast, right? It's a whole different game through those valleys. It's like, okay, yeah, I dipped through this one, then I dipped through that one. Like, I'm not dipping on the ranger. It takes so much longer. Everything looks and feels different. What level do rangers get Spirit of Wolf? Is that like 39 or something? I feel like it's late in life. Oh yeah, so I was making arrows so I could shoot that barbarian to death, right? Where's the mammoths? Fletching 3. I do have more coffee in my coffee pot. I'm gonna refill my mug momentarily. And I guess these icy orcs aren't too bad either. Like, yeah, I take a lot more beats fighting one of those things because I can't fear them. Plus, they're shamans casting all the stuff I don't like. Slow, poison dots, disease dots. I do have cure poison. So, I mean, maybe it's not that bad. They're blue. There's a bunch of them. Single pulls with harmony. So, it's something. I guess I have still decent reason to be here. I just gotta kill something. At least these ones are easy. If these pathers were like giving me trouble with, this would be tough. Wow, these guys are definitely low level. What? Oh, maybe they're not all casters, just the first few I fought. That's cool. Still dark blue. Yeah, that's easy. I just don't know how long Harmony lasts, to be honest, so I'm just gonna recast every time. Easy enough. Almost too easy. Ugh. Get another melee orc, it looks like. Ugh. Oh, I don't have my haste on. Wow. Probably didn't for any of those pulls. Forgot that I had that. I talked about the eye patch. Just didn't click it. Yeah, it's better with haste. Yeah, I don't know. Finishing off this bubble on the orcs, probably. Maybe not this orc, but one of these orcs. The mammoth train seems to have stopped. Looking at the track list, since these are like the newer pops, I mean, yeah, maybe those wandering barbarians are churning through some things, but I would say in general, it looks like the calves are placeholders. Maybe even spiders and leopards too. I don't know. I should just be killing everything I see. You know? I don't know. I know I need a little bit of mana though. And I also know that a lot of orcs walk through here, so this is probably not the spot. But try it for a sec. Oh yeah. Moot Crescent. Oh yeah, hide. Wow, thank you. Good idea. Hey, Moot Crescent, welcome to the stream and thank you. Thank you for that tip. I am always open to tips because sometimes the answer is right in front of me, and I'm, you know, a noob that's been playing for a long time. I don't usually play a ranger. I'm a Shadow Knight, which also has hide, so. Yeah, it's my first ranger that I made myself. I played my brother's ranger sometimes, right? I told this story once before, but when I was growing up, my siblings also played some EverQuest, but we all shared one account. And then when I moved out, that was my account, and my sister got an account, my brother got an account, and they'd, play. But I still had their old tunes on my account. So I learned a little bit of a ranger, I learned a little bit of a cleric, but I was missing that whole how to get from creation to where the tunes left off when I picked them up. You know what I mean? It was I probably skipped some steps, I should say. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know a lot of it. Especially cleric. I was playing the cleric weird, right? It was on live, right? So no, the cleric was on that was on her new account. I forget what I'm saying with the cleric. It was the enchanter that I inherited on the account that ended up being mine, and I only ever used it for buffs. I didn't know anything about what charm did or anything like that. Like looking back on it, kind of hilarious. You know what I mean? But I was a warrior. What could you expect from a warrior? You know what I mean? I know like 3 buttons, and as a troll, they were all slam. Now, for the past couple years, I've been playing my new Shadow Knight. Before that, I was retired, right? For like 8 years. I didn't play any EverQuest. But before that, I was playing different Shadow Knight. You were 11 years old, rolled a female. Is that half elf? Yeah, it must be because there's no high elf ranger. Just always stuck. Yeah, yeah. I remember being stuck a lot back in the day too. It took me so long to hit 20. I finally hit 20 back in the day. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but I was in seventh grade when it came out. I was probably in high school by the time I hit 20, to be honest. But I was having fun. Plus, zoning took like years. You played a high elf cleric and actually raided when you were 9. That's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't know what I was doing like that. I do remember trying to lead a raid once, like later on, probably in high school. I got a bunch of randos for a pickup raid to try to hit Vox, and as you can imagine, it was a complete disaster. I remember somebody falling through the false floor, even though I was like carefully showing them what not to fall, and somebody fell through, and the tentacle terrors ended up punting them around. I remember it pretty well. Uh, we did not kill Vox that day. Later on, I ended up successfully leading a pickup raid to kill Vox, and then even later on than that, I got into raiding for real. You know, Gates of Discord, Omens of War. I was like in a cutting edge raid guild for all that, but not on the PvP servers. I was playing on, I guess, Zev when I was a raider. Yeah, your friend wasn't letting you on the computer as much. Moot Crescent, I feel what you're saying there. A friend had got me into the game, and he would let me play at his house too. And then, ironically, looking back at it, it was more his mom had started playing, and neither one of us were really getting any time on the computer anymore. Um, yeah, this was probably 24 years ago now. Time flies. Hate to admit it. Yeah, that was a real twist of fate. Yeah, that happened seemingly overnight. You know what I mean? She had no connection to the game at all, other than her son playing it. And then one day I came over, and yeah, she was like fully immersed. Hey, nothing wrong with full immersion, right? A little full immersion every now and then. It's fun. See, I like it in the swamp, right? When I can really feel the splash, smell the aroma. But I guess Everfrost's all right too. It's just a little chilly when you get immersed up here. I kind of want to get back to maybe Iceclad. I don't know, one of my guildies is online now though. Might be able to log on something higher. I don't know. I when I woke up this morning, I'm like, yeah, I'll play Buckeroo. I really didn't have a plan. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame yourself for it, right? That was the design of the game, you know. Just as Brad intended, you were hooked. Like, it was such a different game, right? Like it was like a magical experience back then. Honestly, I remember, I remember playing at my friend's house and just again, it was the swamp. Maybe this is why I really like the swamp full immersion, right? Because I played a troll warrior at his house. I later recreated the troll warrior when I got my own account, but my first attempt when I got my own account was a erudite caster of some sort, mage or wizard or something like that, and I couldn't see at night, and the skunk killed me in Tox Forest, and just I was having a bad time. And this was on the PvP server because I wanted to play with my friend. He got me started on the PvP server at his house. That's what he played. And then when I got the account, I went to, but I was having such a bad time in Tox Forest that I re-rolled totally on a blue server, made a troll warrior on the blue server. You know what I mean? And looking back, I kind of really regret that. I wish I played through the Zex, you know, with him and other legendary flowers. I only got to hear about it in class. or watch him play. You know what I mean? Shout out to Tree Rat. I know this is like a weekly thing now, right? The Tree Rat Hour, where I explain this story again. But it's a good story, so bear with me. I don't know. That's basically all there is to it. Tree Rat, if you're out there, um, thank you for showing me EverQuest. Haven't heard from you in a long time. Talonzek Team PvP. Yeah, there's so many different fun combinations, right? Whether it was free for all or team or item loot or not, like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It's all good. I just wish. Yeah, I remember like killing rats and snakes in the swamp, and it just felt so like this is it. This is the game that like changes everything. You know what I mean? And all I was doing was looting like 8 copper vendor trash, but it just felt so cool. You know what I mean? Like swimming around, getting seeing the swimming skill go up as you're swimming. Like that was a cool feeling. You know what I mean? Just so many things about it was just like blowing my young mind. And then yeah, arguing with kids in class over, when Ashron's call was a thing or whatever. Um, I was such a staunch EverQuest enjoyer, you know what I mean? I couldn't fathom enjoying any other MMO, especially when WoW came out. I was disgusted. The like cartoony graphics, I like hate just everything about it. I was just like such a fucking EverQuest snob looking back at it. I don't regret it except for maybe obviously I now know that when WoW launched, it was like all this cool nostalgia I'm talking about for EverQuest. It was like that for a whole bunch of people too. You know what I mean? Like I get it. Now that I'm older, I can try to see beyond myself. Playing game with adults was odd, yeah. Um, yeah, so WoW came out right around my birthday, and my uncle had got it for me, and he was playing, and I think it's still sealed in the box. Regrettably, you know what I mean. I had zero interest in the game, and which, like I said, I probably regret because when I was retired from EverQuest, I did pick it up just to see what all the hype was about. You know what I mean? What all the hype had been about now, like a decade later, because the game had been out. And shit, I had a lot of fun. Like, I know a lot of the things weren't there at launch that I was enjoying, but some of it was. Um, and yeah, I will admit I had a ton of fun, and I was like, damn, this is the game I was hating on. Like, it felt a little stupid, but to be fair, the things I didn't like, I still don't like. You know what I mean? Like the breadcrumb trail, right? Where it tells you exactly what you need to do for a quest, and then it'll lead you to the thing. You know what I mean? All that like hand feeding you stuff just felt like way too easy. You know what I mean? Like where's the challenge? You know what I mean? Like I still don't like that, and I blamed WoW for changing EverQuest. And you know what I mean? It's true. Like the game the game that I kept defending was just becoming more and more like the game I was talking shit about. You know what I mean? And that took some level of fucking disconnect in my brain to continue with. You know what I mean? But I'm older now. I'm wiser now. I'm sober now. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things going for me that I think I've matured a little bit. I would hope so. It's been like 20 years. Anyway, yeah, they had to cater to the younger crowd. It for sure. I mean, it's a game. Let's face it. Games are probably supposed to cater to the younger crowd, right? Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to admit that. I like games. It's something to live for. Like if it's all work and no play, something something Homer go crazy. You're 19 at lunch, no idea you're probably middle school kids. Yeah, there was a bunch of us. There was definitely a bunch of us. I only heard about it from Tree Rat. I was realizing this the other day, that I was never on the cutting edge of computer gaming. Um, I didn't really know shit. Like even now, I haven't played some of the you know PC games that are you know famous that everybody played. You know what I mean? Like if it came out before EverQuest, I don't know. I've maybe played a few of them. Um, Age of Empires was a good one. Shout out to Tree Rat for that one too. I was getting a lot of hand-me-down games from Tree Rat, especially once EverQuest came out and he wasn't really playing the other ones. Um, that's an interesting take, Moss CG. Okay. If it came out when you were in middle school or high school, you wouldn't have graduated. Yeah, I mean, I think I was probably lucky that I had 56K and the restrictions that accompanied that. I could never get as into it as I wanted. No matter how hard I tried, I was always held back a little bit. But some of these games definitely had an effect on people's graduations. I know that or not firsthand, but secondhand. I've seen it happen to kids. Um, yeah, I do remember really, really, really wanting a better internet connection, and it was for one reason only, and it was this fucking game, so I could be on it, unrestricted, as far as like nobody needing the phone or the all the things. Internet was way different. Looking back at it, like kind of crazy. You got a PC when Nikisha came out, and you'd played Kunar Valley Set Your Buddies. LDON, right? That was a real game changer, huh? Um, LDON was kind of fun for me. I was in high school for sure. I remember this was actually when I found out somebody I knew in school was an EverQuest player. And not only was he an EverQuest player, he was like in the LDON rankings, right? He was high up there. And we ended up, that's actually how I got into like the high end rating, because he was like a big deal in his guild and was able to get me in, even though I was a fucking scrub. Let's face it, I didn't have shit. Um, right. The internet connection thing, honestly, like just kept me from being able to play PvP at all. Zoning in general was impossible. Even not on PvP. If I hit a zone line, I'd go like make a sandwich, eat that sandwich, come back and still be zoning. You're like not even exaggerating. Like it really took forever. Um, and half the time I'd crash anyway. You know what I mean? Not even. It was rough, but I was willing to put up with all that because the game was that cool. Yep, I remember those days. That's why I can type fast. Honestly, like EverQuest taught me how to type. Um, Typing in school was my worst subject. You know what I mean? I always got pretty good grades in middle school. Things changed in high school. I'm not unique in that, but I was one of those kids that did a lot better in middle school than high school for one reason or another. But in middle school, I had good grades. It was important to me to have good grades, and typing ruined that. It was my first bad grade, and it's funny because like I consider myself a good typer now, but it's 100% EverQuest. Typing class didn't teach me shit. It would just give me anxiety. I would feel like I was like shrinking in the chair and the keyboard was like raising up and I was like it was really bad. It doesn't happen anymore. I know where the keys are now, but it was because looking down at the keyboard to pick and peck would get you killed, right? You had to learn where the keys were. Like WADs taught me more than the home row ever did. Um, so anyway, once things came together for me, thanks to EverQuest, right? It taught me how to type. Um, I mean, looking back on it, like who cares what my middle school grades were? Who cares what my high school grades were? But at the time, they drilled into your head that this is like the most important thing ever. So I moved. You can hear the 1999 dial-up. I know, right? It's one of those things that's just embedded in us now. If you spend enough time hearing it, you'll never forget. Mario teaches typing. That sounds like a fun one. A lot less stressful than my old typing teacher over back in the day. Maybe I should get together with my guildie. If I do, it won't be on a level 31 ranger. Maybe I'll play the Shadow Knight again a little bit. You know what I mean? And then if he has to log, then I'll get back to the ranger. I feel bad, you know, not playing with my friends right now, or right now one friend, but you know, as the morning wages on, there will probably be, you know how flowers are. We pop up, we multiply. We're as constant as the Northern Star. You get the Bill Gates grant? Whoa, that's fancy. Nice. You played on Prexis and Fen and Row? Was it because of the merger or whatever? Did Prexis become Fen and Row? Because I played on Zev, which became Druzzle Row, I believe, post merger. Or maybe I got it backwards. Maybe it's Druzzle Row and then Zev. We're talking ancient history now. This is before P99 was a twinkle in anybody's eye. You know what I mean? Fenro became the most popular. Yeah, I remember back when you could see the population numbers for the different servers. And I'm switching over to something else now. Probably a different account. I'm gonna get on Well Adjusted. Let me change the stream title to reflect that. Well Adjusted is my other Shadow Knight. He needs some XP. I already have a 60 Shadow Knight. I don't want this one to be 60, but I still got plenty of time to go. And even if I do want him lower level, maybe I level him up and then de-level him, you know, for the skills, something. So I mean, I'll just keep grinding him. He ain't bad. Well Adjusted. It's not just a name. It's a lifestyle. No, Guck. It's not just a zone. It's a lifestyle. How about that? Well-adjusted grinds on the PvC server. So you got to hear me like talk out loud to myself as I type. I'm trying to see how it sounds. You know what I mean? Sometimes I say some weird shit if I don't think it through first. What are we doing here? That's it. Did it. I should probably tell the Discord that I'm streaming, right? I used to have it automatically pop up, and I don't know what happened to that. These like Discord bots broke at one point. All right, told the Discord. I'm gonna post it on the book, right? Let's get on the book real quick. Got the Chewy What a Wookie page, and yeah, reconnected with some old friends through that. People that were not expecting to run into me, that I used to play with back in the day. So mission accomplished over there. You know what I mean? I don't regret making a Chewy What a Wookie page because it's been terrific. What else? What else? Once I post there, okay, done. Let's get on the Shadow Knight. Another shout out to Logan for helping me crash less. I did not crash this time. Only thing slowing me down is, you know, my own choices and movements. Because when you crash, it slows you down big time, right? It sucks. But anyway, here we go. All right. So, well adjusted is level 38. 39 is a spell level, right? Can't wait. We're just gonna get some XP. These things are normally blue cons, but every now and then you get a green con. Get these out of the way, and then I'm gonna move on to lower Guk. Kill there for a little bit. Come back here, kill these because they're easy. And you know what I mean? And there's my Gildy. Yeah, together we could definitely fear kite some minotaurs or something. Maybe not minotaurs. Maybe everything up to the minotaurs. Those things run so fast. Like, yeah, you could snare them. It's just kind of rough. Oh yeah, I was working on two-hand slash skill. Because last stream I was commenting that I'm like not ready for PvP at all on this Shadow Knight. No weighted axe, no two-hand slash skill. You know what I mean? Like I kind of just he originally was my level 10 Guk defender, because this weapon's really good at low level, right? And then I was like, oh, I want to make him like a level 40 something Guk defender. So I just start getting XP and leveling up and leveling up, and next thing you know it, I'm just wildly unprepared to defend Guk. It's alright, we'll get there. Especially with the Mithril two-hander as a skill-up weapon. You know, swinging nice and fast, getting me the skill-ups required. Only you know, 120 to go or something. And then I'll get a weighted axe, and then we'll go ready for all comers. I just love that weapon. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, obviously these things would be dying a lot faster if I was using the one-hander. Because I actually have skill with it. Might as well get the easy skill up for it. I'm always checking slash who all. Gotta know. See, Bromarg, he's fun. Got nice gear, nice bow. I messed with him a little bit in Crushbone earlier this week. It's kind of a stalemate, right? Because he can't see invis, and I couldn't really, you know, overcome his superior gear. So it was fun. We just messed with each other for a while. Nobody died. I was on Orc Friend of the Orcs. The level 15 Shadow Knight. I probably forgot that one when I was listing my Shadow Knights last time. So I mean, I'm probably even worse than you might know, as far as my Shadow Knight issue. I was like making Shadow Knights. Yeah, I don't know. This two-hander's probably going to be a liability right now for me, just because my lack of skill. Switch it over. Good, he joined the group in time. All right. Sport gears. I told him invis or feign death or stay back or zone. Let's see what he picked. I hope he's not just standing there fighting both of them. That'd be bad. He might have his chat going into like the spam window and not see any of this stuff I'm saying to him. Oh, good. Uh-oh, not good. The feign death didn't work. There he goes. There we go. Uh-oh, he came back in early. This could be a tough spot. I hope he doesn't die in the other side to that low level frog. I'm a higher level Shadow Knight than he is. So any struggles I'm having, I'm assuming his are going to be even worse. Uh-oh. Getting pretty low. Got it. Well, my strength. Listless power is pretty good, I guess. Okay. Okay. Well, all's well that ends well. Yeah, Feign Death has a bit of a learning curve. Crack, you watching the stream? Because I'll, instead of typing it, I'll just explain to everybody. I'll explain it either way to everybody. So the way Feign Death works, right? When monks hit it, it happens instantly because it's a skill, not a spell. When Necros and Shadow Knights do it, it's a spell, so it has a cast time. Which, you know, can complicate things a little bit when you're fighting or trying to feign death against a caster. Because if they start casting while you're feigning death, or even, you know, they had started casting and then you feign death and they haven't finished casting yet. If that feign death lands and then their spell hits you, even if it's a resist, you stand back up. The feign death didn't work. But even if you time it right, another thing that can screw up feign death is if you have attack on. If your auto attack is on when you feign death, it doesn't work. It uses your feign death. You know, I mean, you cast it. The spell goes from, you know, available to grayed out because you just casted it, but it didn't work. You're still fighting. So I'd say those two are probably the biggest, you know, things to overcome when learning feign death. Just kind of like the avoiding the opponent's cast, which against one caster is tough. Against two casters, it's hard. Against three or more casters, it's probably impossible. There's just too many, you know what I mean? Like the way the spells are going to be staggered, coming at you kind of randomly. Good luck. Three or more casters is like a not feign death situation. Maybe for a monk, right? Because they could just hit it and it happens. But like, you know, you saw me having to cancel my feign death cast even just against one caster right now because it's like, okay, it's safe. Oh, no, not anymore. It's not safe anymore. Can't do it. Gotta try again. It sucks. So there's a bit of a learning curve with feign death. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work. Now you have to hit the sit button, right? I have L hotkey to sit, and that makes you stand up from the feign death. Otherwise, you're getting hit, and what else can you do? Nothing. You're laying on the ground. It's a bad situation, right? Feign death can save you, or it can really kind of doom you if you're not, you know, ready to recover from a failed flop. Anyway, we got one easy one here. Like, I don't have a lot of HP, but I can spam some life taps on it or something. I don't have my haste on. Whoops. I guess once I'm out of mana. Ugh, fizzle. My attack must have been bugged because I had attack on and wasn't attacking. That can happen. If your attack gets bugged, you just hit escape, clear your target or whatever, retarget it, attack again. Just another thing that's to worry about in this game, right? There's enough to worry about, and then some weird bug happens. And it's like, oh. Usually happens if I was probably on my second page. I probably tried to target something that wasn't in range, right? That's a good way to bug your attack. Anyway, gonna get a little HP, a little more mana. Hey, I'm trusting you. Keep an eye on me and my pal here, okay? Don't jump us while we're AFK. I don't know. He's probably not AFK, but I'm about to AFK a quick sec. Let me tell him that instead of just being a ninja. Be right back. I'm gonna refill my coffee. Oh, I did refill. Look at that! Last time I was up, I refilled my coffee. So I guess I don't have to do that, but probably gonna grab a snack anyway because I got a lot of mana to regain. In that amount of time, I'll probably get some of the HP. It's less important because I can life tap it if I have the mana. So, be right back. We're 2 hours into the stream. I'll take this opportunity to again thank everybody. I'm not ending it yet. Hey, I'm gonna keep saying this every time that I thank everybody. It's like, hey, don't think it's like the thank you before the end. That's before the end. We got plenty of time till then. This is going all day, all morning, at the very least. I'm trying to power through lunch. You know what I mean? Keep streaming in the afternoon even. Um, it's 8 a.m. on East Coast USA right now. So we got plenty of time. We got enough time to ding this Shadow Knight, ding the Ranger, maybe get some other dings. Who knows? Hopefully find some action. I mean, I know we see this guy's taunting us in Crushbone, but it's like I don't know if that's the kind of action I want right now. I mean, it's like he's trying to decide what all I'm gonna play for me, and no, I decide what all I'm gonna play. I don't need to go to Crushbone right now. You know, I'm in Guck. There's Guck is superior. Anyway, so sometimes it's fun to mess with him in Crushbone. I will admit. I appreciate him for at least, you know, always being somewheres. You know what I mean? He's been around lately. It's good. Good to see him. My friend said he doesn't know the quick way. Hey, whatever works. I was just about to say, like, I don't know. I don't know which way he's taking. He's going through the extra long way. Whatever works. As long as you get here. Let's fight some crocs. Ooh, the risk versus reward on these crocs is nice. These are green ones, right? Like I said before, they're usually blue, but even the green ones, the XP just seems to chunk up. I think upper Guck has a better zone modifier than lower Guck on this server, so it's like if you're used to lower Guck XP, upper Guck feels like freaking sweet. Oh, Grats on 31. Ooh. Yeah, these are probably real good XP at that level. 31's great. That's what the Ranger is right now. XP's flying on the Ranger. If I wasn't so far away, I'd take the Ranger here, level with my pal, or maybe we could just both meet up. So I woke up, wanted to do the Ranger stream, right? And here I am doing a Shadow Knight stream again. It happens, right? This is kind of how it goes. Always come back to Shadow Knight, just because it's great. A little tanky, a little lethal, can fear just about everything instead of just animals like the Ranger. It's nice. I do want to go to Iceclad, kill cats, and then I can't wait to try the walruses after that. Sounds like a good path. I need some pants for the Ranger too. I was trying for these croc pants, you know, the ancient croc gator scale leggings. Tried that last stream. Got a couple sleeves. You know how it goes. Those pants are pretty rare. At least on this server. Crocs are down. should probably get some HP in mana, right? I'm like looking at it like, what can I kill with this little, calculating. It's like, this is the PvP server. I shouldn't overextend, right? I say it all the time, but I'm doing it today. Hope nobody tries to stop me. I'm just gonna follow him, buddy. Where you going? Oh, he's taking the swimmy way. Nice. I don't know where he's leading us, but I'm all for it. Let's go. And some well needed skill ups down here. Oh, this is the way he was going. Oh, okay. Let me show you the quick way, buddy. Okay. Follow me to the quick way. This will blow your mind. Oops. Here we go. Yeah, I'll show you the quick way next time. Fuck it. Because I lost you anyway. Love Guck. There's so many ways to get everywhere. Makes it a cool, fun zone. Pulling with no HP and no mana. It's all good. Right? Going okay. You know, past the aggro a little. I hit that 1 point bash being the kill. It's funny. Anyway, yeah, back to lower gut grind. Maybe the zone modifiers. Why am I pulling with no HP? It's crazy. All right, back at it. Hoping that was enough time to let the other one walk off. It's like Feign Death Split, but blind, you know? And doesn't take as much mana or a successful Feign Death. Has its benefits. If I Fear Kite the third one, it won't take much damage at all. In theory, right? Definitely medding up. I don't like to log off at low HP, and looks like going back to solo life. If I'm solo, I'm going back on the Ranger, right? Because that was the original stream. Bring it back. Chapter 3, right? Solo again. But like I said, I'm not logging off with no HP and no mana because you never know. I might be on my other Shadow Knight and then see somebody here and be like, ooh, I'm getting on well adjusted for them. And then log in and I'm like, hurting? Oof. No. Gotta be prepared. The very least, have the HP, have the mana, have the haste click. You know, it's just certain things before logging are essential. So, anyway, how's everybody doing this morning? I really look forward to the Sunday morning stream. Been doing these for 4 or 5 months straight. Sunday morning. And it's the good one, right? Because I don't have work on Sunday. I don't get called in. The Thursday morning stream tends to be a short one, right? I wake up bright and early, or like dark and early, because it's not even bright yet. But rise and grind on Thursdays, right? Get a sneak a little couple hours of EQ in on Twitch before work, and then go to work. But at work, I'm thinking about, ooh, can't wait till Sunday stream. Friday comes, and I'm thinking, oh, Sunday stream's even closer. And here it is, we're at the Sunday stream. The reason I like it so much is maybe we get some PvP on Sundays. You know, I can't count it out. Thursdays, it's more rare, I'd say, right? Because it's so early. But Sunday, since it's a nice long stream, gives the East Coast a chance to wake up, you know, whatever's in between East Coast and West Coast, it gets to wake up. When the West Coast wakes up, you know what I mean? It's like the sun rises. And so does the server population, right? It's the weekend. And with all that coming together, sometimes we get a little player versus player action. It's shocking, I know, on the PvP server. But you got to understand, the server's been out for a long time. And at this point, maybe the ones of us that are left are kind of sickos as far as the PvP goes. Right? Maybe not. I know Brahmi is. I'm going to take off Anon. How about that? I should get on my warrior. No. I keep distracting myself. I say I want to play the ranger, and then I'm like, let me get on the warrior. No. Getting on the ranger. Doing this hard. Be right back. I'm on patrol out here. Nobody out here. So I know. I said I was getting on the Ranger. Maybe that was a misdirection. Yeah, I'm peeking around a couple zones. I'm moving in silence. That's the screen I should have. Making silent moves over here. I'm not finding anybody right now. 14 players online. Probably in Velius. You know what I mean? It's the newest expansion. Like I kind of get it. Maybe classics, you know, old news. But let's face it, Velius is old news too. This whole server, give us a fresh red, please. It's like a reasonable timeline, please. Um, we need a new red. See, ever see an empty East Commonlands tunnel? Might be a little weird for some of you. We need a new red. Um, we really do. This guy's new red. I'm just gonna say OC, please. I'm asking nice. I hope I can. Okay, good. I was gonna say I hope I can at least kill a black wolf. That would be pretty sad. Oh. Black Cherry says out of character question mark. Is it that hard to understand? New red. Please. Please a new red. Anyway, here we are. We got torch one, right? Is that what do you guys call this? T1? Is this it? Empty. Like kind of dark and spooky over in this area. Kind of dark and spooky over there. You know what I mean? Like this is it. This is Red 99's East Commonlands Tunnel. This isn't where we trade though. You know what I mean? Not to say nobody sells items, not to say nobody has anything. We sell them in Freeport, generally speaking. You can safely trade on level ones, right? Nobody can PK a level one and loot them. Level two, sure, but a level one, nah. I'm on a level three right now, so I'm at risk, but only plus or minus 4 levels, right? It's very limited who can kill who. Who knows? If we stay here long enough, some level 7 will show up, I'm sure. But yeah, this is the East Commonlands Tunnel. Not even a corpse in here. It's just, this is a ghost town. That's what it looks like. So anyway, I don't usually show this on stream. Right? I mean, I show Red 99 on stream all the time. But as far as like pointing out how empty, you know, the things you would expect to at least have a little bit, no, it usually just goes unsaid. But here we are. We need a new red. Wipe it clean. I say wipe it clean as somebody with like, you know, multiple accounts on this server and all the gear I could ever wanted as a young EverQuest player when I was a child. You know what I mean? I couldn't even imagine gear like I have. But I trade it all. There's another fresh start. The game feels new again. There's, I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. Let's get back to something less depressing. That's a little sad in the tunnel. Anyway. Nobody there. That's what I was just seeing in Kunark dungeons too. Empty zones. Like I said, maybe everybody's in Velius. Too cold up there. I don't care. I'm not going to Velius right now. Maybe the Ranger will go. Keep teasing it. Let's do it. I'm going to change the stream title to reflect that it's Buckaroo time again. Jeez. Okay. Like I said, I'm trying to change the stream title over here. Buckaroo O'Clock. No. Buckaroo. Yeah. It's so hard to come up with the stream title, and I keep changing it today, so it's. Yo, Combo Breakers online. What? Anyway, hold on. Stream title. Buckaroo Returns. Keep it simple. 31 Ranger grinding on the PvPs. Hey, if anybody wants to play in this ghost town and make it a little less ghost towny, I'll give you stuff. Give you gear, give you, you know, like items that help, non-gear, you know, buffs, whatever it takes, ports. I'm here to help. Because it's lonely out here. You could take that gear and attack me with it. I'm not even going to mind. Because it's at least something. Anyway, we got some icy orcs we can try to ding off of. Oh yeah, XP's going great. Once I ding, I'm going to hit the road though. As far as continuing the stream elsewhere. gonna take it to... Oh shit, what am I doing? I forgot the harmony. Woo! I'm gonna take it to Velius. Right? I'm gonna make that journey probably on foot. Because yeah, like I said, it's a little lonely out here. If you can't port yourself, get used to boats. Is usually how it goes on Red 99. So I'm used to boats. I'll go take the raft from North Row. Only a hop, skip, and a jump away from Everfrost Peaks, right? Okay, fine. It's pretty damn far from Everfrost, but no boat required. Yeah, Combo Breaker, that's an old name. If you're watching the stream, what's up, bud? Combo Breaker was playing way back at launch. He wasn't an XR back then, though. So. I know, right? We need a new red, like, immediately, if not sooner. Hold on. I gotta go get my prop, right? I have this prop I've been bringing out on stream. Hold on, 1 sec. 1 sec here. I got the pad, right? Some of you are familiar with my scribblings on here already, but this is the timeline of EverQuest, right? From 1999 through current day, right? Here on Sunday, the Sunday Swamp Splash-tacular on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, everything in between is our sweet, sweet memories of EverQuest, right? Whether it's way back in 1999, 2000, 2001, you know, like Velius launched when? 2001? So way back here where my finger is, right? It was when Velius was authentically new, right? We had a few years. Classic, Kunark, Velius, right? Anyway, fast forward. This is when they launched Blue 99, right? In 2009, right? 2011 they launched Red. There's the Red beta previous to that, but when they launched the servers, 2011. Okay? Since then, it's been all these years, right? Of Red having no reset, nothing. 2 expansions, Kunark and Velius, came out over this long stretch. Meanwhile, in this short stretch here, from 1999, you know, like our nostalgic memories of actual classic EverQuest, through 2009 when Blue was launched, there have been 16 expansions, right? So our sweet, sweet memories of EverQuest was kind of like a moving river, right? With like constantly new things. We're emulating EverQuest, but it's not quite like that at all because it's been like years and years of the same kind of non-classic experience going on here on Red 99. All they got to do is like care the slightest bit, just wipe it clean. You know what I mean? It's all it takes. It's probably a couple buttons. Just show some mercy. Wipe it clean. Wipe it clean, please. I say that as somebody with multiple 60s. Wipe it clean. And if anybody disagrees and thinks there shouldn't be a wipe, you know, let me know. It's something I never ever hear. Oh, Easy PK was the troll. Why am I thinking Combo Breaker used to be an XR? Combo Breaker wasn't, or I'm not, didn't used to be an XR. That's why I'm mixing it up. Because I know Easy PK is Combo Breaker. Easy PK is the troll I remember. What's up? Yeah, yeah. How's the over there? Is it as empty as Carnor's, COM, all the, you know what I mean? Like, it's a ghost town today, even on a Sunday. Let me get back to the EQ. Saying I want a red wipe. Hey, good morning to you too. I do want a red wipe. Yeah, I think it's the best thing that could ever happen to this server. um, Winter's coming. Yeah, yeah. Hey, it's winter is coming. I can't wait for the population always blooms in the winter, right? There's less to do out there. The summer, it's like so many EverQuest enjoyers were touching grass or touching sand or whatever. You know what I mean? Out and about, offline. I get that. Um, but yeah, winter's coming. And hey, maybe this winter, what a Christmas present it would be if they just wiped it clean. Now that the guard aggro works, right, the newbies can be protected by guards, right? A luxury that nobody ever had growing up on Red 99, right? Because it took a bit for them to get the guards to, attack somebody that was attacking you right in front of them. Nowadays, it's based on faction, right? As Brad intended. But oof, early launch, it was brutal, and some people couldn't handle that. And we saw that with the population numbers, right? It started so high and went so low immediately. It was like 2 days before the server was probably under 25% of its launch. Which, I mean, maybe that's how it was going to be anyway, but I feel like it really soured the taste in a lot of people's mouths, right? They did not trust it. And when the guards got fixed, it it fixed things a lot, but it didn't matter. It was too late. Nobody, there's no newbies to protect anymore. So it's like they fixed things for the next launch. It's terrific, right? But as this timeline shows, the next launch, we were hoping back then they were going to wipe it clean. You know what I mean? Start over, please. Tell people you fixed the guards and start over, please. This is us players in 2012, 2013. Like, please wipe it clean. Like the population numbers were similar to this, right? It's like a dozen hardcore EverQuest PvPers and nobody else. And when I say hardcore, I don't mean deleting when we die, right? Like this is EverQuest, right? This game has some challenges beyond just playing tight or whatever. Like deleting when you die sounds all and good in a single player game or whatever, but once you add more people, now it's like, oh, that was a train, right? It's not your fault. Or like, oh, the pet warped through the ceiling. Like that shouldn't count. Like there ends up just being so many like wishy-washy situations where I don't think it's really the game for it. That's just my opinion. People are gonna enjoy EverQuest however they want, but you know what I mean? It's like there's too much bullshit uh, to really make it satisfying. I think, but that's just I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm totally wrong. But that's why I misuse the term a lot. When I say hardcore EverQuest players, I mean like pixel rot, right? It's not a. I'm not meaning it in a derogatory way because I'm one of them, right? I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to call it for what it is, right? Like we feel so strongly about this game that we were willing to put up with all the shortcomings, and even still, we're able to enjoy this, even when we're the only ones in a 5-zone radius. Pixel rot. You know, people say our brains were infected by pixels. It is what it is. I play other games too. I just don't stream them on Twitch. If you want to see me play other games, I do it on YouTube. I try to keep the Twitch purely EverQuest, right? That's what we're all here for. At least today on Sunday. I call it the Swamptacular Splash or something like that. I don't remember what I call it. I came up with some stupid alliterative name last weekend because I was in the swamp. This time I'm in Everfrost, so I guess it's the extra Everfrost extravaganza event, if you will. But anyway, once upon a time, somebody was like, "How come you don't have a mic and cam on?" And oh fuck, this isn't gonna be good. What's going on here? Oh, good. There's still harmonied. Stay harmonied. The thing like fell through the floor. That wasn't cool. But yeah, the Everfrost Extravaganza event is enjoyable so far. I think I did take a little detour to play with my friend in Guck. I can't stay away. Guck is it's not a zone, it's a lifestyle, and I'm about it. But as far as Everfrost goes, it's fun too. Or at least I should say, I was having a lot of fun until that orc fell through the world. Probably gonna cause me some trouble. Wherever you went, there he is. Cool guy. Can't. Oh my god, this is not good. Has anybody ever seen this happen? What do you do? Can I shoot him? I'm a ranger that doesn't even have like a ranged attack on my hotbar. This isn't good. I might log aggro or something. Because I don't want to like give up on it, go fight a mammoth, and then all of these are aggroed on me and kill me. I'm bound in G-Fey. I do believe. Yeah, I am. I'm still bound at like my newbie bind, so it's one of those things that's like maybe this game isn't meant for one life, right? We respawn when we die. Maybe that was a well thought out aspect of the game. Just saying. What else do I play? That's a great question. Thank you. I play MTG Arena lately. Has been fun. I really like the new set. Bloomborough. Been having fun with that. Slay the Spire has been a fun game for me. And to keep on the trend of card games, I just purchased the full version because they finally released the full version of the TCG Shop Simulator. And I sat down for one session of that the other night, and I streamed it on YouTube. So it's fun. It's just like the prologue was, except with more expanded. They have different types of packs. You know what I mean? It's not just like the base common cards like it was in the prologue. Now there's rares. Now there's legendary and epic cards or whatever. They all come in different packs. So there's just more stuff to restock on your shelves. It's a simulator. It's pretty fun. Kept me busy for a couple hours. And yeah, but that's not what I'm doing on Sunday morning. We're here for EverQuest. I cleared aggro by camping. I'm reminding myself of that. Hey, who's that? Thank you. I hear the sound, the sweet, sweet sound of a sub, and I appreciate it. RIPROT. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that sub. I really, definitely super appreciate it. And here we are in Everfrost, now with 100% less orc through the floor action. That wasn't ideal, right? It's not even what I came to this zone for. That was some way I was coping with the lack of mammoths, but the mammoths are back. Leave these orcs in the dust for a little bit and hunt these things to extinction again. Especially the dark blue ones. It's just so much reward for so little risk. Uh, Chill Logan had clued me into it, and he's so right. You know, pro ranger that he is, he knew exactly what I should have been doing when I was in Guck fighting the Crocs and then twiddling my thumbs for 17 minutes. I'm like, if only there was a better way. He's like, buddy, it's called mammoths. And he was right. The mammoths are great. A little spaced out, but at least it's better than waiting for a repop. I think these are probably placeholders. I didn't think to ask what the placeholders were, but just using, you know. Oh, easy. What's up? Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I try to keep it nice and secure. It's still the promised land for my peoples. But yeah. Some of us have leveled to 60 there without even coming up for air. Well, maybe coming up for air, sure, but I leveled my Shadow Knight there this time around. On Nice Chewy, aka Newy, right? Some people think it's new Chewy, but no, I'm Nice Chewy this time. I don't corpse camp people anymore. I'm a little more grown. I mean, I guess if they deserve it, I'll corpse camp them. But I try to be nice, Chewy. I named the the Twitch channel after my main Shadow Knight, under the assumption that it was in good standing, right? Because I was in good standing when I retired. But when I logged on and found out that I was banned, it, felt maybe a little silly for naming my stream title, or my stream name Chewy What a Wookie. Sure wish I could play my Shadow Knight Chewy What a Wookie, but it is what it is. Nice Chewy is better than old Chewy ever was. Let's face it. Old Chewy didn't have eye patch, or a lot of that stuff. I mean, granted, Velius hadn't launched on P99 when I retired, but you know what I mean. It is what it is. I try not to get too butthurt about it because it doesn't solve anything. But yeah, long story short, I didn't do nothing. These dark blue mammoths are like totally gonna be the key. So we're at, it's probably what, 91, 92%? Looks like more than 90% either way. And now we're at that. It's probably like 94, 95%. That's solid XP. But yeah, I feel like this is probably the last level I'm going to do mammoths. I know I only just got here a couple levels ago, but think it's gonna be a time to move on to the the Cougars. I like that suggestion, and definitely gonna try it out. Anything I can fear kite will be just fine. Mossy G, nice. Did you get a good name for your dwarf warrior? Dwarves are fun. For one reason. That's the barrel roll, right? I feel like I'm not the only one who feels that way. That's like, I shouldn't say fun for one reason, but that's reason number one. Durig, I like it. Very dwarven, like a stout name. You know what I mean? Like it feels right. That's important. It's important to have a name that feels right. Buckaroo feels right for this guy. You know, in my opinion. Did I find a port? I did not. I don't know if I was looking for one. I was gonna probably just hoof it. If anybody's offering a port, I'll take one. But I see Black Cherry's looking for a port. Yeah. Coming up with the good names is one of the best parts about making a new alt, I think. But I'm sure it's tough on a more populated server. Like Red, yeah, it's been around for a long time, so a lot of names historically have been taken. But I still feel like I'm able to snag good ones all the time. And it could have something to do with I can't spell. You know what I mean? I'm a notoriously bad speller. So I think I'll snag some sweet name, and then it turns out it's like, oh, the reason it was available is because it's not how it's spelled. You know, it happens, but maybe I meant to do that. 2 steps ahead, you know? But no, I legitimately, I'm bad at spelling. Always have been. Probably always will be. Autocorrect, if anything, has made me worse at spelling. Um, and it's gotten to the point where it's like taking my bad spelling like as you know, like just the way I talk, and started like not correcting misspelled things anymore. You know what I mean? Like I still have autocorrect, and sometimes I'll even type something right, and it'll autocorrect it to like, you know what I mean? It's like, ugh. Sometimes these devices get so smart, they're stupid. Um, or maybe it's just me. You weren't feeling a direct Hobbit dwarf name. It's good to be original. I mean, not that all my names are original, but I know what you mean. You gotta feel it, because at the end of the day, you're the one stuck playing it. You know what I mean? Like, uh, I feel like GMs will help you change your name. Or wait, no, this has been discussed before. They don't help change names. They've only helped people change names, and I don't know. I don't. I should just stay away from topics about anything that might take favors. Something about using the name of existing fantasy character takes away from your character's fantasy. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Um, right. Unless, of course, it's a totally different fantasy, right? Like a Star Wars name. Chewie What a Wookiee doesn't count, surely. But no, I know what you mean. I feel it. Um, surprised I haven't dinged, honestly. This one's gonna do it. A dark blue mammoth. Oh, shut up, orcs. You guys are so aggressive. Maybe if I offered Plat for a port. If I like went to a spot with a druid ring and tried to buy a port, maybe I'd get it. But like I said, I'd just rather hoof it, because that's an adventure. You never know what you're gonna see. Sork's gonna do it. Knew it. Knew he was gonna do it. I guess I could basically ignore them. They don't do much, but it's annoying. Can't believe we're already 3 hours into the Everfrost Extravaganza event. What a morning it's been so far. We're just getting started though, so stay tuned. We're going pretty well into the afternoon, I would figure. That's my plan anyway. You know, a little marathon. A little marathon. Oh, there it is, finally, level 32. I say finally as if it wasn't like one of the quickest level 31s I've had. Let me change the view so we can see. We gotta celebrate, as is tradition. Do a dance, do a cheer, we'll do a giggle, I'll do a real knee slap and laugh, right? Ah, it goes for the knee slap, love that. I could do a rude, that's for the haters, you know what I mean? Not just that hater, but this hater too. Yeah, there you go. Now we got another dance. And we got a jump for joy. We're gonna wave. And yeah, I think that's sufficient celebration for level 32. It wasn't that hard. Some of these things are still blue, actually. Wow. Well, on my way out, I think I will handle them. But I feel like these mammoths are going to be past their prime. Let's see if I'm right. Thank you. Thank you for the grats. Oops. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Let's see what this dark blue mammoth does. If it's still a huge chunk of XP, then I guess there's no reason to rush out yet, but I'm just kind of excited for the next zone because I know there's so many of those cougars. Yeah, I mean, that's not terrible. Kill another blue one. Once I run out of blue ones. I mean, I guess the 10 plat per tusk isn't terrible either. Yeah. But to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to not only the destination of, what's that place called? Iceclad? But the journey to get there. Not the raft, not the boat ride, any of that, but the actual running from here to North Row. That'll be fun, you know? See what's up in the Karanas. One of the main reasons I made this Ranger, right? To be able to scope out big zones like that. South Karana, see if Quillmane's flapping around. I doubt it, but hey, it'll be fun to check. Ooh, thank you for that follow. Yeah, the mammoths are... There's something. There's something. What's this guy? Lish? Dubious? Okay. I did want to try that Martar guy while I was up here, right? Martyr Ice Bear. That, he was yellow. Now he's probably white con. Or even con, you know what I mean? but I didn't have arrows. So I went and got the stuff to make arrows. We got it tainted. Okay, so this will be a nice little chunk of XP. I guess I'm not leaving yet. Just when I think I'm gone, they pull me right back. But yeah, blah blah blah. I was talking about that ice bear, martyr, you know, the barbarian outcast guy walking around. Not Karg, but the easier one. I was thinking maybe with enough arrows, might be possible. So I went to buy arrows, and that's when I found out that they don't sell arrows there, they sell fletching supplies, right? So here we are. Bag full of fletching supplies, and some arrows. I tried Quarm. I actually have not. Yeah, I was told about it. I could have got in on the ground floor, but I didn't because not enough PvP for me. I need the thrill of the hunt. I need that danger of uncertainty. It's in my DNA now. So no, I didn't get around to that one. But I'm a little jealous of the timeline, right? Going beyond Velius is a vibe. I really wish. You know, P99 decided a long time ago that the perfect representation of EverQuest, right, was classic Kunark Velius, right? That was always the plan. Mission accomplished. They did it. But I mean, like, Luckland was cool too. You know what I mean? Planes of Power had some value. Like maybe the Plane of Knowledge ruined classic EverQuest, right? Some people will argue that. But the Nexus never ruined classic EverQuest. Nexus was balanced mode of transportation, I would say. You know what I mean? Like it. I'll stop. I sometimes get into this. It almost sounds like an anti-P99 train, and I'm not trying to. You know what I mean? I'm thankful for what they've done. I say through gritted teeth. Right? Imagine Planes of Power without the Plane of Knowledge. You know what I mean? Just have some ways to get to Tranquility or whatever, and get to the places you have to go through there, fine, no problem, but POK is not really necessary. It's a huge quality of life thing. Yeah, P99 is great for what it is, exactly. Creeping Death, what's up? Yeah, we got Ranger time. I was here to fear kite animals, and like the animals are so easy. It's like, what if I just face tank them? But no, the community's great. I've met some great pals through P99. You know what I mean? Tons of them. Love it. I love the. You know what I mean? We all have a common, you know, nostalgia for EverQuest, right? It's just almost a shame the way what could be, because it's the best code, right? Like the P99, like the way they kind of reverse engineered everything, they did a great job, top notch. It's the best we have, but you know what I mean? Like, it'd be nice if they shared that code. Let some other people with some ideas, you know, run some things, but they don't really want to share. It's fine, I guess. You think TAKP is closer to Classic? Hey, maybe. Maybe it is closer to Classic. Yeah. Super easy cut? Really? Well, how come there's not a viable alternative right now with this? Oops, I rooted instead. What am I doing? I'm a mess. I sure hope this corrupted mammoth doesn't kill me. Snare him, I'll fear him. I'll fear him first and then snare him. I sneezed. I'm back. I ran away to sneeze. Missing all this. There you go. That's what you're missing. Okay. There's a rumor the Star Wars Galaxies admins. You know what they say about absolute power? You know what I mean? Like, the thing about these old sayings is they're not all bullshit. But, really? Well, that's interesting. Embrace your inner Palpatine, Sir Pac. Yeah. The old light. Ooh, I kind of want to see that. Oh, got half a bubble. You know, in this place that I said was going to be played out and no XP. There's still dark blues on track. I mean, yeah, my HP bar is a little hit, but you know, nothing. A couple. What's this one? Skin like rocks can't cure. It's not like my HP pool is very big. That's awesome. I goatee. That's something I've never thought to mess with myself. You know what I mean? I always just sit back and criticize. You know, I'm the peanut gallery, like, huh. That's interesting. Sometimes they. Speaking of old sayings, right? I'm full of them. Be the change you want to see in the world, right? Somebody said that once. Maybe I should make my own red 99 with blackjack and hookers. Sir Pac, wow. Yeah, it's maybe a little over the top. P99 has the infrastructure and it has the brand recognition, right? It's an institution. It's trusted, perhaps even more than it should be. And that's the hardest part of all of it, right? But you know, I mean, when the bar to beat is red 99, you know, I mean, if we're gonna say population is the measure of success, red 99 doesn't set the bar very high, right? P99 does absolutely, but if you know, I mean, I got a PvP centric mind. Let me center on the PvP and um, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I could potentially try to beat numbers like this, right? This isn't too far fetched. When you can list under 20 players, right? Like it says 14 players on EverQuest. That's not Everfrost Peaks. That's EverQuest. That's the whole server right now. Oh no, I didn't hide. Anyway, yeah. Maybe I will be the change I want to see in the world one day. But not right now because I'm in the middle of a grind. Oh God, Logan, what's up? Good morning. How you doing? Not impossible to do our own server. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of alternatives to P99. Absolutely. But as far as a PvP server, you know what I mean? To do something that isn't automatically into the drug box category, you know what I mean? I feel like P99 was, or Red 99 was the first one to do that. Logan, good morning. I'm out here. I dinged. Uh, it's going pretty great, to be honest. This all thanks to you, buddy. And I go T. Probably one of the most important things to keep in mind is the complete lack of thanks, right? That probably goes into it. You got to instead of thanks, you get the opposite. You get ingrates like me, just sitting here and talking shit on it, you know, and contributing very little beyond, you know, being here, occupying the server. So I mean, I do respect what they do. Yeah, I'm getting them. What's it called? Mammoth tusks. The vendor out there sold me 9 flame agates. I wonder if somebody sold all those to them or he always sells them. But he still had more. So that's cool. I'm not using the UI that shows me though. And these things are so easy, I'm just face tanking them for the most part. Yeah, Sir Pak, I get that there is benefits, sure, but like, I hope they're not making do for ungrateful people like that. Yeah, yeah. Sir Pi, I know they spy on us on P99 too, for sure. They put the anti cheats in there. But this is, I guess, worth it, right? The game's worth it. Break the ore camp with Harmony. Hey, I was doing that for a bit actually. Another tainted popped. Yeah, I just gotta get a little more HP, a little more mana. I'm gonna grab a snack while I med. First of all, let me hide. Because I'm gonna get stood up by an orc or something if I don't. Yeah, Logan, got any red tunes? Play with us. I'll be right back. Sir Pac, you don't slow me down. If anything, you could help me speed up to my next destination. We got some ports, I think. Yeah, this bubble, or this level's been flying. Hey, good morning, K House 91. How are you doing? Playing some corn. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. I'm here on Red 99 as always for me. Until they come out with something better. This is the best I got. Cause I got bit by the PvP bug back. Let me pull up my timeline here. Way back in about 2010. The beta, Red 99 beta. You know what I mean? I was just trying to help out because I was a blue player. I was and you know, a nobody on blue. Honestly, I was probably level 30, and not rating or anything like that. But they announced the red beta, and then all of a sudden, I felt like I was actually somebody. You can make a difference in the game, right? And you can take camps by force, and you know, I was making an impact. It felt like, and also in the beta, I was helping. I found a plat dupe, and it actually it worked on blue also. So I helped fix a plat dupe on blue, you guys, with messing around on beta. I don't even remember how exactly I did it, but it had something to do with having the plat on your cursor. And I don't know. I accidentally found it, and I reported it, and they fixed it. Ancient history, right? What else? The Red 99 beta was fun, right? Made friends with what did he go by back then? Garbage. We were a great duo, right? Shadow Knight and Shaman. What a heavy hitting duo. We had a lot of fun on the beta. And then when the server launched, we were in different guilds. You know what I mean? It was it happens. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's still a cool dude. I forget what he ended up going with the name on actual launch, not Garbage. Where am I? I'm trying to go Blackborough, right? Yeah, south. I'm moving on. If I can't get a port, I'm just gonna I'll take the raft, but I'm going to Iceclad. I want to see how many cougars I can slay in a row before I need to med. And then I want to break my record of most cougars I've slayed in a row without a med. You know what I mean? Like, that's gotta make your own fun in a long grind. But it shouldn't be too long before a ding. If they're dark blue, it should be. Nice and easy. Anything I can fear. Wow, made it to Blackborough like I knew what I was doing. To be honest, I got lucky. Usually I feel along the sides of these valleys till I get out. Oh, I'm thirsty. No wonder my mana bar's messed up. Is that true? I don't know enough about 2024 P99 blue or green to know if that's a joke or not. Helping them do DKP things. I feel like this is a joke, but it's going way over my head. But if you're serious, and what would be DKP things, like tracking something? Lots of XP killing Finny, yeah, yeah. I've heard that's a good zone for druids. I haven't tried it. I was gonna go look at this, the barbarian fisherman, right? What's his name? Haddon. See what he's holding. I already have, whoops, that's not, a fishbone earring. So it's not like I need a fishbone earring. I just want to see. Something about endgame EverQuest you hate. I mean, I kind of was falling into the same rut once upon a time. This is why I play PvP. Once I got bit by the PvP bug, I was hooked because it fundamentally changed the goal of EverQuest for me, right? Once you're raiding, once you're EverQuest endgame, right? Like, I guess there's a point where you start to wonder, what am I doing, right? You're killing dragons to get loot so you could kill the dragon easier next time or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, at some point you got to realize, like, I think I won. You know what I mean? Whereas in the PvP server, there's always that other player that you're versus now. You know what I mean? Like, so the goal has changed. You want that dragon loot not to kill the dragon easier, but to defend yourself against your enemies, or you know what I mean. Best defense is a good offense, etc., etc. You know what I mean. It's just it totally changed my thinking, changed my mindset, and that was it. How populated is Red? Yeah, it's kind of a ghost town. There's 17 players online right now. It is 9:40 a.m. East Coast, so over the course of the day, you will see more. It'll cross that 20 player threshold, and then we'll have to start doing a count all just to get a solid number. Yeah, you know, I mean, we're playing stable quest, you could call it, because we're mentally stable. Now, it's not why it's named that actually. It's more like a horse's stable, um, because we're not. But it's you know what I mean, like you have your alt and you log on your alt for fun. Well, we have our alts that we log on for all sorts of different reasons, right? Maybe we don't feel like running to check if someone's in Carnor's castle, so we log on our Carnor's castle alt. And oh, Carnor's is empty, so let's go check the or you know whatever reasons people have for having multiple characters. That's why I do it anyway. 24 red on launcher, and I got 16 here, so that means 8 people are on character select for whatever reason. Because yeah, there will be a discrepancy. It'll always show a higher. Well, I mean, I guess not always. Like right fresh after a repop, maybe they'll have the same number, but you'll usually have a higher number on the launcher. So yeah, that's another depressing statistic on Red, right? That the low pop number you see when you're looking at servers is actually misleadingly high. You know, hilarious, sad. Honestly, wipe Red, please. New Red, give us a fresh start. Needs it. Yeah. I remember once upon a time, I thought the answer to getting a new Red would be to totally clear this one of players, right? To just aggressively make it uninhabitable, hurt the pop even worse, and then they'll give us a new red. That didn't work. You know what I mean? So we might as well be kind to each other. You know what I mean? I'm not saying no PvP. Nah, listen, I'm not camp checking shit. If I'm in the zone, I want anything I want in the zone. You know what I mean? Like, but I think we should treat each other nice as far as no corpse camping. You know what I mean? Like, don't. If I see someone naked, even if I'm not the one who killed them, and I can perfectly legally ruin their corpse run a little bit, it's rude. Start duping so they have to server wipe. I know, it should. Silly me. I thought I was helping by, you know, submitting that plat dupe I found. I should have ruined the economy with it instead, but no, that wouldn't have worked either. You know what I mean? Like, the only thing that'll work is the people who are in charge have to do it. Or, as we reasoned earlier, be the change we want to see in the world, right? Take matters into our own hands and hope for the best. Will it be the new red server, or will it be another drug box? You know, only history can decide that after the fact. Best PvP class. Rangers are fun because they got track. You know, I mean, a ranger with a wind striker, the windy, as we call it on this server, is probably right up there. Most powerful, sure. But on a whole, rangers I would consider very gear dependent. So probably they would rank on a lower PvP tier overall. A windy ranger would be way up here, and any other ranger would probably be down here somewhere. Um, Only fat loot zones are PvP flagged. Eh, maybe that's the answer. You know what I mean? I could only tell you what hasn't been the answer, and it's been you know, the way things are hasn't worked out, right? People don't necessarily like it. Oh, we gotta add. I'll hold my thought a little bit. Yeah, I should give away a full suit of starter gear, right, Sir Pac? I'm always like vaguely offering gear, right? I'm always like, yeah, play red, I'll hook you up. Maybe I should like straight say like I have this gear, right? Like give away a whole geared tune or something. Yeah, yeah, that was fun. We we hit them hard that day. It was just, you know what I mean? It's a location and timing, right? We got lucky. Swish still play red. I've seen him on here every now and then. See him in the who all list occasionally. I'm like a morning player. Okay, good, you're back. So where was I? I was talking about like what classes are good, better, best. Monk is another gear dependent one, right? A T staff monk, probably one of the best. Bards are all day best of the best because they're just so versatile and probably just broken. You know, let's call it what it is. Bards are broken. Um, Shadow Knights are great, right? I say this as somebody with multiple Shadow Knight um, options. I like them. They're fun and they're good. They have that finishing power, right? Which is it's something. It says something. Never understood how they didn't nerf bards, right? Um, yeah, wizard is also good, right? They're a glass cannon, which I think has a place in all PvP games, right? It's like kind of like an archetype or whatever, right? Like you take a lot of damage, you know what I mean? You can't last long, but while you're there, you're just pumping out huge damage, great burst damage on the wizards, right? You know what I mean? If a wizard sneaks up on you, if they land the first nuke before you even know what's happening, you're probably dead, right? Because they're going to open with something big and slow that hits you hard, and then finish you off with something quick. That's probably the whole fight. You know what I mean? You got to see them coming. CG, maybe. You know what I mean? I don't remember all the specifics who was the first 50 this or that. I was playing back then, but now we're talking about kind of ancient history. Let's bring up the timeline again. Oof, a lot of time went from here to there. I don't remember. All I can tell you is I was not the first 50. I was nowhere close to it. I was goofing around in Guck. If I got an extra set of panther skin, you'll make money. Yeah, yeah. I got to work on my tailoring for that, right? Because that's not a drop, right? The skins are the drop, but then they got to be tailored, and it's like high end tailoring. I got some work to do there. Maybe somebody on the server got the tailoring. Not maybe, definitely. There's people who definitely have tailoring skill on here, but I'd have to hire one of them. Carnor's on green at night. Not too many. Yeah, Carnor's is pretty cool. Right. I like to keep it in the family, Sir Pac. Um, no, I'm sure there's some trade skillers that would be happy to finally make some returns on all that effort. Because people will debate if it's worth it to do a trade skill in EverQuest, like period, right? And that's kind of under the assumption that there's people to buy your stuff, right? When you're on Red 99, like you remove that from the equation, it's like trade skills are only worth it to you if you really like doing trade skills, because you're not going to make your plat back. Like that's a guarantee. Not in 2024 on Red 99. Trade skills, it's immersive. You know what I mean? I definitely did a lot of trade skills on live. I raided on live, and these are two things that, like, in the emulated world of P99, I haven't necessarily gone as hard this time around. You know what I mean? Raiding, especially, I feel like I lived that life, and I've transcended. You know what I mean? I'll make do with what I can get. I'm not super interested in killing with a raid. If I could kill a raid target with a group, I like that. But just the whole, you know, implication. First 50 was a bard. It was probably Toon. So I was thinking back on who were some big names back in the day on Red. You know, what I mean, we all remember the Duke, right? And Toon still a big fish in this small pond, right? To put it lightly. But who else played, right? There was Smeedy played. Remember Smeedy? Everybody remember Lovely? This was a name that hit me the other day. I was like, holy shit. Whatever happened to Lovely? Right? Was Lovely one of the Swedes? Sir Pock, you're talking about Fancy. Fancy the famous bard. Go, go, good team. Lovely's Kungit? Well, there you go. Small world. That's so funny, Mossy G. You're trying to remember the name or something. Say played a wizard. And there I go saying the name. Yep, hilarious. That's coincidence right there, because I didn't even see that you had said played wizard before I said that Lovely was that wizard. Yep. They were a pretty big deal at the time, right? Like, Lovely was getting kills. That's a fact. Who else? I mean, we saw Easy PK in the chat today. Remember, there's a good old name. Good to see him this very morning. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Shout out to Easy PK Combo Breaker. You know what I mean? Who else? Who else was making waves? 14 years, 13, 14 years ago on Red 99. I like to think I got a couple kills back then myself, Who could forget Samwise? You know what I mean? Leader of what was it, Brotherhood? Um, we were like mortal enemies for a bit there. You know what I mean? We did not really see eye to eye, um, and constantly clashing. But I think that's what made the server's so fun. You know what I mean? You get the clashing of personalities, and not just like racing to the spawn or sitting at the spawn. You know what I mean? Like EverQuest PvP is literally that. Verse player. I didn't buy any drink still. I think I could buy some from the what's their name, right? The birds. That bird vendor at the top of the KFC. I think they sell drink. If they don't, I guess I'll pick some up in Wrath. I will find drink. But yeah. Good times on Red 99 back in the day. The golden ages. Okay. I'm not trying to offend anybody by not thinking of their names right now. I'm just, whoever comes to me, do you know, if you really made a splash, the name will come to me eventually. As far as, like, what was that other guild? The anti-PK guild. Remember, this is such a deep cut, right? Back in the day. Spear of the Nation, right? Anybody remember Spear of the Nation? It was Wolfram Alpha and who were some of the other the big players in Spear? Um, what was their name? Trying to remember is that there was a cleric in Spear that was always very staunchly anti-PK. They later came back to the server years later trying to like play mysterious like they were somebody else, but it was Fairy. I forget who their Spear of the Nation tune was. Um, who else? How often do I do Dragon Necropolis? Personally, me, never. I haven't. Crack doesn't sell drink? No! Um, I got six neck on Nui. Oh yeah, I could forage, huh? Logan, where have you been to all my life to tell me this? I would I would have had food hours ago. If only you had been here to point this out. Oh, oh, get ready for PvP. Get buffed. No, Logan's an outside the box thinker. I don't know anything about Black Cherry, but they're probably killing gnolls, right? Based on they've been in the zone longer than those gnolls right there. Oh, I hit cancel on the track, huh? That's not how you do it. There's a gnoll corpse. Oh, I think they're sitting in the tunnel, maybe. Or they're invisible. Straight ahead, to the right. They must be invisible. They're probably just sitting here looking at me. Like, look at this dumbass. Yeah. And apparently I don't have a single charge. There they are. They backstab me. Uh-oh. I see the light source. I wonder where they could be. Maybe if I sit. Just kidding. Don't. So it's a red con rogue. Who I'd say has a serious advantage, right? Because they can just avoid the fight completely if they want. They're at 88%. What do you think? They got a fungi tunic? 89%. If they go up to 90% soon, then they probably got a fungi tunic. They need to take off that freaking light source. Right? To be honest. Kind of a dead giveaway. They definitely got a fungi, yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. I don't have a fungi. I can't see invis. I don't have any mana. You know, I mean, there's a lot going against me, but it is fun. Besides the fact they're red con too, you know what I mean? They're trying to pull me away from his all line because they think I'm gonna plug or something. Default, yeah, I know. I don't like ducks. I could maybe make something custom, but now there's another player in zone two. Flame like keep him visible? Nah. I could potentially start casting on them, and then they hit the hide, and then the spell lands and makes them visible again. But it would only be they would have to misplay to that degree, I would think. But I think the writing's on the wall, right? They phoned a friend. I was already talking about I'm at a disadvantage with no drink. If I had enough mana. QQUI. Ooh, interesting. I haven't heard of that one. Let me go get some drink. I'm sure they're not going anywhere. When they play, they usually play all day. I see that name on the slash who. Like they've been on. Oh wait, I mean I guess I switched tunes, but I was going to say they've been on longer than me this morning. But no, I did switch accounts. I think they're still chasing me. But yeah, if I had the mana to maybe spam some snares, might be able to force them into a tough situation. But since I don't have the C and Viz, all they're gonna have to do is more functional values. Nice. All they'd have to do is just hide, right, and rinse and repeat. Oh shit! But that other player left, so maybe maybe it's not a 2v1. Is that them glowing right there? Kind of looks like. One way, or I guess there's a couple ways, but one of them requires mana. But one way to make somebody appear when you can't see them is hitting them with a ranged attack by accident, right? It could happen. They left. They logged off. If you accidentally hit somebody with an arrow and they're invisible, they will become visible. How do you accidentally hit somebody with an arrow when you can't see them? That's a great question. It's going to be tough, but you pull something and you kind of line it up where you're in between, or they're in between, and you shoot at your target. And if it happens to hit that invisible player on the way, then yeah. But yeah, that's kind of far-fetched. But you saw how I was fighting. The key to fighting a rogue is you just can't let them behind you, right? They opened up with a backstab on me sitting. That was huge. Let's see if we can even scroll far enough to see it. Nah, fight had already started. But I think you'll notice that was the only time I got backstabbed, right? They didn't attempt any other backstabs on me. At least not from behind. Because then now I knew they were rogue. The jig was up. So, I mean, rogue is another one of those kind of gear dependent slash. It's got to be played properly to be good in PvP, right? And maybe that comes down to location. Outdoors is probably the last place you want to be as a rogue. Rogues are just like kind of suited for that epic level 12 rogue and crush bone. Oh my god, that's funny. Yeah, some people are like that, I guess. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so a rogue, they're like so suited for the dungeon. You know what I mean? That's what they're born for. They can sneak, they can hide, they can find you, come up on you and backstab you. And in that close quarters fighting, they might backstab you again and again. But outdoors, it's like, oh, you got all the space in the world to just like, it's almost like playing with a bull or whatever. You know what I mean? You're like, got that little. I don't know shit about bullfighting, okay? But you know what I'm talking about. Right, what are these guys up to? Yeah, yeah. I didn't even really get into that either, huh? Like, of all the things against me, the fungi was probably the worst, if not the worst. Now, if I had to rank the things against me in that fight, no C and Viz. They have a fungi tunic. Everything else is pretty much irrelevant. Looks like these guys are down fighting on cleric epic stuff. Would be my guess. Based on track. Hey, some drink. Finally. Oh no, it says they're fighting skeletons. What the heck? Or maybe, no, these skeletons probably popped with some sort of day-night cycle. Yeah, yeah. Logan said it at the same time as me. About to see some PvP. Hey, Kegadin, what's up? We might. Who knows? Who knows? I think these guys are probably out of my level range. We'll see. Yeah, they're fighting the deep water goblins for the fucking other thing. I see the casting now, yeah. So they're going to be too high. I'm just going to keep it pushing to the vendor. I was on my way to grab some drink on my way to Ice Clad. Right? Got to stay focused. I got a little distracted in South Karana fighting a rogue. But they logged out. I ran away a little bit, right? But not out of fear, more out of acceptance that with no C and Viz, I wasn't getting a kill. But yeah, then I started talking about ways that I could potentially break their invis, and then they logged out. So I guess it is what it is. North, south, east. Is this, this isn't the way I came. This is Wrath Mountains. You saw me doing like the compass, trying to figure out my bearings. I do that sometimes. Yeah, maybe somebody's in Wrath that's in range though. That'd be cool. Sunday morning, people think it's sweet, right? They're like, oh, I got the day off. I'm gonna log on EQ, have the whole server to myself. No, no, no. Not today. Not on Sunday. I'm coming. Sneak. Interesting. I was thinking I could probably buy him off the there's the inn even closer, right? Should be able to buy some over here. If not the gypsy camp, right? Somebody's got to have some water for me. Define closer. We say ogres near the zone. What? I thought you were talking about the ogre near the zone line in Agak or in Firot or something. I didn't know. Let me see this. Let me see this. Logan with the pro plays. And me with the complete lack of Lake Wrath tier knowledge. Let's see. Let's see if I can sneak. I mean, they're indifferent to me as it is, right? That's not bad. There's an inn in Lake Wrath. Not this, not these ogres. The one in the house. Gotcha. Ah, Turga. What's up, Turga? Thank Logan. As always, thank you again. Saving my ass out here. Well, shit, now I want to see what's in Wrath Mountains. Anybody in there? Did I already zone in and do a slash who? I zoned in, but I didn't do a slash who. That was silly of me. I want to see. Well, it's good to know that there's a friendly vendor with food. Gotta love it. Learning new things in this game I played for decades. Fletching 6. Watch out. Getting dangerous. So giant skeletons are dark blue. That's cool. I know. I'm naked from I got a belt. On a troll it'd be diaper quest, right? But when a wood elf does it, it's just obscene. Yeah, I don't know how this occurred. I think I had gator legs and I gave them to somebody under the assumption I would just go find some more gator legs, and I have yet to find more gator legs. They're pretty rare. Pesky gator. Thinking about buying a couple rubies or something. Or 1 ruby. What else I got? Well, one ruby's better than no rubies. I know, no drink on Ranger. I'm so used to playing a warrior. You know what I mean? Like thirsty out of drink. That's just part of, you know, the spam. That's why we have separate chat windows, right? So you don't lose important messages in the thirsty out of drink spam. It's yeah, you know, that's what happens. You stream your gameplay online. You're opening yourself up to potential criticism. It's fair. You know what I mean? I'm happy to learn. You know, even if it is a little embarrassing. Like, yeah, Forage exists. I forgot. I know. I do it on my warrior all the time. I'm just.
Thank you for notifying me of that.
Right. Night Owls, like I understand your sentiment, but I'm like the opposite. I will put up with the message to save that one bag spot. Occasionally I'll buy a drink just for fun on my warrior, but I'll end up like dropping it on the ground shortly thereafter. Like, why do I have this? I don't need this. Well, we got somebody in zone. We got Haston Boot Strutter strutting a boot. But yeah, I wonder what Mutt is up to. Member of Sanctuary. Uh-oh, they're casting a buff on me. How nice. Thanks, Mutt. Probably the person who's playing the rogue or something like that, just trying to tease me that they know I can't see. Either that or somebody trying to help me in case I fight another rogue. Either way, hail and well met, EverQuest enjoyer. The food and energy bug. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's a little disappointing that muffins last the same as iron rations. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've learned to, you know, overcome that challenge, and I'm not butthurt about it or anything, but it's just come on, guys. That's like basics. Right? Yeah, you can swing heavy weapons all day, which helps me. I like swinging heavy weapons all day. But yeah, that's not classic, right? For a period of classic EverQuest, this yellow bar was very important, right? If halflings are broken now, they needed the extra hunger to balance them. You know what I mean? And now they what? They just get all that bonus XP for free. I always thought that was kind of a silly balance, right? Like, don't worry, halflings they eat more food. Like, oh, okay, as long as they eat more food, I guess it's fair. Dope. I treed myself. Anyway, it's about breakfast time for me. I'm about to snack up off cam. I will still be playing, obviously still streaming, but yeah, I'll pop back into Mike and Cam when something worth saying happens. But yeah, everybody who's been chilling for the past 4 hours, or even just hopped in since then, I appreciate you as always. Thank you for being here. We got many more hours to go. Just getting started. So hang tight. Enjoy some more Buckaroo action. it looks like I'm headed to the swamp, but I'm just passing through. Yeah, and maybe it's a side effect of I've heard people with rabies can't drink water, so maybe it like translates in a lesser degree. EverQuest PvP, you know, what I mean, similar, very similar disease. Night Owls, I like that name. Maybe the next Ranger I make. Because I have a feeling, you know, I mean, if this Ranger works out well, I'll probably do it again, so I don't have to run to track things, right? Track stuff here, track stuff there, the easy way. It's the sickness I was talking about, right? The stable quest, the mentally stable quest. Oh shit! So Hasten Bootstrutter's up. Ancient Cyclops is up. Anybody want some J boots? Any viewers want some free J boots? Because I already got it. We got the boots. Milk and muffins, yeah. It's like the cozy. You put on your PJs and eat your muffins. You know what I mean? It's not. It doesn't feel quite as hard as those weird brown flasks. No EQ at the moment. If the right new server comes around, I bet we will see Kegadan at his finest again. I wonder what's up with this Jaeger bomb guy. This thing's a little tough. Oh, I wasn't scrolled down all the way. I'm like, why am I not seeing my spells cast? That's so weird. Oh, my haste faded as well. Making this fight harder than it has to be. Maybe with the haste, I'll out damage it. Not really looking like it though. And I'm killing this for question mark because I don't need it. If no viewer's gonna come take it, I guess nobody needs it, right? But I'm doing it anyway. Or at least I'll do it all, or I'll die trying. I know, right? That's an illusion. It looks like Mutt is coming for it. I guess that's fine. You know? I don't need it. I really don't. I have Ring of the Ancients all over the place. Oh! Yeah, there's Mutt. Oh, he's coming to heal me, not steal it. Hey, Mutt. I know you're watching. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. No, I know. So you'd think somebody would want this. It's gonna be sitting here. Pretty tough for a blue con, but I mean, what better time to get a Ring of the Ancients? I mean, Hasten is up. If somebody really wants J Boots, could totally make this happen. Like the ring's MQable. Oh, Kinsman in zone. Yeah, it's lore. I must have one in the bank. So, well, is what it is. If anybody needs it. I'm gonna go see what I see up in Oasis. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna bum a sow and then see what I see. Oh Jesus! I accidentally clicked off the screen and started running in circles back towards it. I'm my own worst enemy out here. Ancient Cyclops, close second. Oh, there it is. Thanks to both of you. Anybody need a white gold necklace? I'll hook it up. I'm going to Oasis to see what I see. I'll let you know if it's anything fun. Funny that Kinsman popped in and popped out. He's probably on his way to sit around Grob. He does that. He has good faction there. Like, very good faction there. So have fun. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I like Grob and all. It's cool. But as far as like spending my playtime in Grob, I try to spend as little time as possible, right? Hit the bank, hit the vendor, you know, restock pumice, get food, drink, blah, blah, blah. As fast as I can, like I'm on a speed run or something, and I'm out. I'm not really trying to spend any time in Grob. He's always trying to take the fight there. I get it, you know what I mean? Location, location, location. But I'm not falling for it. I'm talking about a level 60 druid. It's kind of amazing that a druid has better troll faction than most trolls. But Field Project, you're just coming to heal me? Okay, I got you. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Everybody was coming to heal me. This is like a druid race. I love that. I feel pretty sweet right now. I don't know why I'm over here. I'm gonna need a lot more than just heal, I think, if I was gonna do that. I'm passing through on my way to North Row. So I'm taking the long way to Iceclad. Again, I don't know why. I just ran past friendly druids. Maybe I should not take the. I ran all this way. It feels like I should just keep running, but like maybe not. You know, raft sucks. Boat sucks. Swimming sucks. I don't have Lev. Field project was so funny. Listen, I'm not falling for that again. You fool me once. Shame on you. Right. Labnob, you still on? Where you at? I should have spoke up when I was there. I wasn't thinking. That was yeah, good times though. Fuel Project. Good to see you in the chat. Happy Sunday. This was the Everfrost extraordinary event, but now it's become the Cross Antarctica trek for the ages, and we're almost to 10 days. 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 10 the Antonic in destination over here, the dock. Not this dock though. I'm going to the next dock. I'm going to Ice Cloud. I'm gonna go check it out. Fear kite some cougars. Heard it was good, right? Word on the street. I'm willing to give it a shot. Maybe get some cougar earring or whatever to replace this pearl earring. Wow, is that thing still XP? Yeah, wow. Deepwater Crocs don't mess around. Oh, Mutt, you coming to port me? I'll double back. I'll double back to see. Thank you. Oh, that's the one I forgot in my celebration when I dinged. I forgot to salute. Find some pants. I know, right? We can only hope. Otherwise, I'm going to be a little chilly. The ice-clad adventure begins. What do we see on track? Bunch of stuff that's strong. We're going to get Invis on. I'm not even sure who Mutt is. If Mutt wants to remain anonymous, that's cool and mysterious. But I mean, if you want me to know who to thank, whoops, just let me know. I definitely appreciate the help, anonymous or not. I want to find a spot that's like sparse to mediumly populated with the cats, right? Too densely populated, I'm gonna have maybe too many cats on my hands. I want just enough cats. I'm like a real Goldilocks. Yeah, because these things are blue. Nice. What else? Blue. Yeah, looks like blue cougars. That's cool. I'm down with that. Alright. Maybe this is sparsely enough with cats. Are there any cats? Too sparse. Well, just right. I feel like near Stormfeather is like gonna be. It's like maybe it's like a little more than medium populated, but I think there's enough area I can harmony the group of them, pull one away, have enough room to fear kite it. The tough thing is how good they blend in, right? It's almost like they're camouflaged. Because I get it. I get that. That's the joke. I know they're camouflaged. About over here, actually. A point for it, it's closer. And I can see them against this background a little better. Mossy G says, oh, they're also fast. Yeah, that's spooky. Well, let's go for it. Okay. I mean, I got self buffs and they're not too hard, so I like this. I face tanked that for quite a while. And I was gonna say it's because I'm all buffed up, but then I looked and it's like, okay, besides Spirit of Wolf and Lev and C and Viz, you know what I mean? Like effectively my HP, you know, and shit like that is unchanged. So this is how it's gonna be. This is fine. I'm cool with that. Only thing I'm afraid of is, you know, my cat freaking out that all these the cat noises, but he's sleeping. It's so far so good, you know. I'll turn down the volume if he starts getting concerned. So far so good. He was it seemed like he was interested in the mammoth damage noises, right? They were like trumpeting, and he seemed to like, what's that? You know what I mean? He wasn't freaking out, but he was, oh shit, that camouflage. A little disoriented too. Hmm. Doing okay. Doing okay. I don't think I pulled any ads just then. A couple ads is fine though, right? I can fear kite juggle them, you know. It'll be totally cool. Oh, I was in the group for that last one. Well, at least I got XP, it says. Hmm. Resistant. Yeah. Oh, this is very familiar to me. Snare and fear. Um, those were my best friends growing up as a Shadow Knight. First time through, or not really, first time through on Red 99, you know, and my original Shadow Knight Chewie. I pretty much only feared outdoors. You know, I mean, I had my spots where I'd fear kite, and then I had other spots where I did a more traditional, you know, face tank exchange. But when I came back and started over as Nice Chewy, aka Nui, um, oh, I just been fucking fearing everywhere. I was fearing inside Guck, you know, finding all sorts of spots to fear. You know, it's just so powerful. Purred down on track and moving. Who dat? Who dat? Not in the guild. I gotta check these for earrings. I mean, high quality skins are good, I guess, but we got plenty. I've purred down, zoned into TOFS, so we're logged off. Looks like logged off. Okay. The cats don't aggro me either. Dubious. That's good. This spot has a lot going for it. I gotta get rid of this slam button. There's like no need for me to have a slam hotkey. Oh, the XP was worth the travel for sure. Kenny Powers, what's up? Oh god, we get The spam chat. I hate that. I know Logan. Shout out to Chill Logan for sending me info how to set up the bot to block that. I've been meaning to to get around to that. I'm I'm notorious for this, huh? Like having big plans of what I'm gonna do, and then when I get some time, I'm like, let me check Guck real quick. Get to that later. You know, you haven't done. Yeah, yeah. I I get it. Sometimes it's hard to follow our own advice. You know what I mean? Because I've given some good advice that I also haven't taken yet. As far as I can't think of a good example right now. Maybe I never have given anybody good advice actually. Snare wore off. Hoping for an earring, but it would just be gravy on top of the big old pile of experienced mashed potatoes. Black Cherry back online. Now that South Korea is safe, you know? I didn't have CMVs. They were fine. They could do whatever they wanted. Sneak around all day for all I care. I'm gonna watch the XP this time. Oh yeah, watching the XP. Oh, that's crazy. More than I thought it was gonna be, honestly. It kind of blew me away. So yeah, Mossy G, thank you for this tip of coming here next. It's great. Yeah, I mean, it's still early, right? The server will wake up. There will be more players later. Wearing X hood, yeah, I am. It's better than an empty slot, I figured, but it's kind of, yeah, that's upgradable. Very classic item here. Helps me proc though, right? In theory, I've been getting some decent proc action. I got sloppy over here. I'm getting extras. This will be fun. Just having a grand old time. That was one of my feared ones, just zooming about. The zoomies. Help! These things are fucking fast. Yeesh. Uh-oh. I'm trying to stay close. Interrupt? What does this interrupt? I'm just gonna get a little distance on him so I can try to land a root. I know I'm low on mana too. Yeah, I'm running into nut. Yeah, thank you. Wasn't scared for a sec. Uh, yeah, things went a little sideways with the extra cougars. Who would have thought? Who would have thought the thing that was easy to fight one at a time would be more difficult in a multi situation? Certainly not me. I never. That didn't cross my mind. I shouted a thank you. Even though I'm pretty sure you're watching, I can just say, hey, Mutt, thank you for that heal. That was clutch. Panther skin, animal skin armor. Ooh, interesting. I'll look into that. Thank you. You got a pickle in the zone. Not on track yet. Alright, that's you? Nice. I know, right? The melees are more fun. Let's face it. I'll mess with a hybrid before I mess with a pure caster usually, but I mean, druids are so handy. Usually, you know, doing it the way you're doing it, helping somebody out. Um, I'll make an exception for druids, but I've yet to make a wizard. Yeah, you can. We call that outer range healing, Serpak. When you have um, somebody, yeah, the OOR heals are a real thing. Um, you know, can't hate the player, gotta hate the game, right? It is what it is. Once upon a time, they tried doing like a, I think they called it dynamic PvP range, where if you, by once upon a time, I mean on Red 99, I think they might actually try it in some other servers too, but not on live, I don't think. But if you helped out somebody, it would like flag you as part of it too. Um, but it was like exploitable kind of. Yep, 39 heal on a 60 can definitely happen. As long as they're, you know, not within 4 levels of the PvP, they're totally safe to heal with impunity. You know, it's a strategy. We got Pickle in the zone and on track, so beware. Oh, is that him casting? Let's use Mutt cast. Where's Pickle at? I was trying to lay eyes straight ahead from here. Nope. So yeah, speaking of level ranges, here's somebody that's out of range. Member of Pumice. Never heard of them. Yeah, the free for all if you do out of range buffs. Yeah, Logan, you're right. Trying Drugbox did do that. So that's pretty much what they tried to implement on Red once upon a time, but it ends up getting taken out. I think it ended up being probably a good thing it was taken out because the way it was working was like higher levels were able to grief lower levels one way or another. It was happening. I don't remember the specifics because this is in the dark ages, way back here-ish. They were getting experimental. They were trying all sorts of things short of wiping Red, right? I don't know why that has always been off the table. Just to give us a fresh start. I think it would fix a lot of the things. Anyway. This guy buffed me? It's cool. Somebody buffed me. I wasn't paying attention. I was playing on my stupid chart again. Probably. Logan, you're probably correct on that. I know some of my pals have gotten killed by it zoning in without thinking. A lot of stuff is pretty much always up on Red. So, you know, why doesn't anybody just come kill it? My mic, no, I hate when my mic does crazy things. All right, hold on. Testing. This is the other mic. I could hold on. I got an idea. Crazy mic. Testing. Testing the crazy mic. Is it better? I don't like crazy mic. Good. Nice. Yeah, I mean, a monk with T-staff is very powerful, right? But a 6v1, the 6 would have to be totally brain dead, and then yes, absolutely. But I feel like otherwise, no. Like 6v1 is too many. I feel like 3v1 maybe. That'd be a good fight. You know what I mean? But it would come down to how do the procs happen, right? I don't know. We got somebody in chat that could probably answer better, right? Like an actual monk. You know, I'm only sometimes victim of monks. I don't know too much about monks. Um. Oh shit! I missed the part where you said 6x 50s. Yeah, so the 50s can't even be safe till 56. That's how it works. I thought you were talking about 60s. Sorry, and I'm like 6v1. I don't know. The monk should fucking probably get killed. Um, Yeah, I don't know. 50s versus 60s, I think would get wrecked regardless of anything just because it's such a level difference. You know how EQ is. Like the level difference makes the biggest difference in the world. Whether you're hitting or missing or getting hit, and when you are getting hit, how hard you're getting hit, right? Like armor class, agility, blah, blah, blah. Things get taken into account, but level is like, you know what I mean? Relative level, right? If they con red, you're getting fucking wailed on. If they con green, you're wailing on them. And it would be like that kind of combination, right? The yeah, so yeah, 56 to fight level 60. So that means level 55s are totally safe from 60s. And this is where that out of range assistance kind of comes into play a lot. You know what I mean? Like if you're in a zone with your 60, you know what I mean? You're level 60 with your level 60 friends and you're doing the level 60 thing in a zone. And then another group of level 60s comes at you. You know, you got like a nice fair fight. But what if it wasn't another group of 60s? What if it was like kind of mixed? You got some 60s and you got some 55s. Now you can't even target their healer if it's, you know what I mean, or whatever. Shit gets crazy. Or even worse, you're trying to level with your friends and you're in your high 50s. And maybe some of your friends are more established on the server and have some 60s, you know what I mean? So you're feeling good. You got your level 60 support, you got your level 50 something. And now all of a sudden a level 55 comes in with like faction. You know what I mean? Like they can hide behind the mobs. Let's say you're in the hole. Some level 55 gnome, anything. Doesn't matter. Rogue, mage, wizard, necromancer. They're hiding behind the elementals and they're just like making things real tough for you. Well, it's going to suck because they're level 55 because your level 60 friends can't even protect you, right? Because they're out of range. So it's kind of crazy. Um, in DAOC with the open PvP zones, I know that honestly I feel like that's needed, right? Because that's where the excitement would happen. You know what I mean? Where at the same time, I also have to sigh and acknowledge the fact that there's a lot of griefers, right? You know, I wouldn't know anything about that personally. I say, trying to keep a straight face. Sure, I was not nice, Chewy, always. Maybe I've griefed people in the past. Maybe if properly, if I felt like it, I might even do it again someday. You know, I mean, like I don't know. I can't say I'm never gonna kill a naked player. You know what I mean? Just like things happen. People punch down in EverQuest PvP on a daily basis, and open PvP zones kind of enable that to happen in a terrible way. Yeah, and Logan, having devs rule with an iron fist would be terrifying, right? You know what I mean? Um, I know what you're saying. It can't really. We've seen what happens. There's not really enough players to enforce player policies, right? There kind of is, you know what I mean? But it's like might makes right, which is kind of the way it should be. And if in the perfect world there'd be enough players where like if everybody wants it to be a nice peaceful place and PvP is used between enemies and you know what I mean stuff like that, but otherwise, you know what I mean, we're all singing kumbaya or whatever. I don't understand whatever anti-PKs think. Um, if enough people thought that, they would enforce player policies, right? And PKs should be able to do whatever they want and be horrible people because they're sanctioned. You know what I mean? Like people won't let them group. You know what I mean? If it was like that, you wouldn't need any GM intervention. It's not like that. So the GMs have tried intervening, right? They made the play nice policy, and I was a huge outspoken opponent of that, right? I will look back and admit that it was probably one of the worst, as far as the stereotype of loudmouth red players that, I mean, want to be heard. Yeah, that was me. Sorry. Has anything changed? Yeah, I'm not on the forums anymore, so they can't shut me up. So and I think I've grown, I've matured, I've learned some of the error in my ways, but I'm still opinionated. Where am I going with this? Lost my train of thought. Whatever. Let's kill some fucking cats. I remember. I remember what we were saying. So they tried to enforce the play nice policy, and it was like, like Big Daddy Kane said, right? Ain't no half stepping. It was kind of a half step, because I mean, they're human. Humans aren't perfect, so I can't expect GM enforcement done by humans to be perfect as well. But just the uneven. It was very unevenly assigned penalties, let's just say. Some people were permabanned for PNP violations. Other people got a little slap on the wrist for worse ones. You know what I mean? It was just like very... it's probably worse than no enforcement. You know what I mean? I'm a by the books guy. I'm not going to train people and stuff like that. But if somebody trains me, I don't think they should be permabanned for it. You know what I mean? Like let the punishment fit the crime. Or better yet, just let us do it. You know, would I train people if I was allowed to train people? I probably would. It's part of the game, right? But we're not allowed to train people. I don't train people. Am I against safe zones? Back in the day, I was. I was loudly against safe zones. Uh, Brad didn't want it this way. But I think, speaking of how Brad wanted it, right? Like, we already know. I always say that, and it's pretty much a joke because he did talk shit about how EverQuest PvP was, right? Pretty famously spoke out against his own mess, if you will. But I think safe zones should be relatively safe, right? Safe for newbies, you know, like the cities. They have guards, they protect you. As long as the guards protect newbies, I think that's as safe of a zone as we need, right? Um, Other than that, I think it should be open world. Like that's real, right? You should be able to do whatever, wherever, if you're strong enough. Yeah, Alpha Cyanide knows. What's up, Alpha Cyanide? How you doing this morning? Um, I think like Grab should be a safe zone for a young troll. You know, if they're well behaved and hiding behind a guard, I think they should be safe from an appropriate level threat. But do I think Grab should be a safe zone for a level 60? No, I mean it should only be as safe as you know the guards make you feel safe. Ooh, Mossy G, now you're onto something, right? That's kind of a way to take, you know what I mean? Like I was saying, that lack of player sanctions and kind of extending it into NPCs' hands. Now you're onto something because it takes away that human factor of trusting the GMs to properly apply punishments and always be there to watch it or whatever. You know what I mean? But like, you make it some sort of automatic thing where now you're hurting faction, and now there's consequences to actions. Half week of free for all wide PvP for blue and green. Yeah, yeah. I might even play blue and green if they were gonna do stuff like that. But as for part-time PvP, it would have to be like the norm. You know what I mean? Like the non PvP would have to be like the rare event for me to be into a part-time PvP. You know what I mean? Like I've was it Quorm, one of them. They were the I was hit up by a couple people trying to entice me to play, saying, "Hey, if whatever team wins the freaking football game, then there's going to be PvP enabled for this and that from this time to that time on this date." And it's like, that's too much if. And I'm pretty sure it didn't happen, right? Like that team didn't win the football game, so like the PvP never happened. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't get my hopes up for that. You know what I mean? Like that was almost an insult. Like you're gonna maybe add PvP, but only if this adds. Like, get out of here with that. Clickbait. Nonsense. I don't know. Like I mean I guess I appreciate the thought to be hit up over it, but um that's like you know what I mean? Like it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but this is really what it was, some crazy fucking if this then this, but only for a couple hours once or something like that. It's like, huh? No way. Like, what's the point of all that? But yeah, 5 hours into the stream, still going strong. Oops. Finish killing this cougar before I respond to text messages, I guess. Oh my god. Targeted myself. Honestly, I think that's where I heard it from. It's a while ago now. This is like when the server was announced. This is like semi-recent, right? It was in the past couple of years that server launched. Time flies when you're having fun, and I've been having such a blast that time has flown since I started streaming EQ again, right? So I took 8 years off of EQ. You know, a lot of you know this. Maybe it's new for some of you. I was pull up the old chart. I was retired. Where's this cougar? But I played heavy Launcher Bread, right? Played back then on live, not on PvP. I was on Moral Thule, and then I re-rolled on Zev, which merged to Druzzle Row. I was playing stuff. And then, I stopped playing. I was in college. Um, real life stuff happened, etc., etc. And EQ fell to the wayside for me. But then, years later, I heard about P99, which was just called Project 1999. We didn't specify Blue Server because it was just Project 1999, classic EverQuest. It just so happened to be what we now call Blue, right? So I was playing on that for a little bit, and it was fun. And then they announced the beta of Red 99. It went freaking hard for the beta of Red 99, and yeah, you know what I mean. Like my glory days corresponded with the glory days of the server, really, right? The golden era of Red was very early on, right? 2011 into 2012. These were when there was actually a population and et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? Things were live back then, and it didn't last forever. I said before the population probably lost 75% in the first day. Well, the first time a newbie went to go hide behind a guard and found out guards just watch you get killed by PKs, a lot of people quit. Never had a fair shot. It works now where a guard will protect you, but at launch it was broken. They fixed it too late. Um, but anyway, I retired. Maybe sometime over here in the timeline. And I did not play EverQuest at all for all these years. And then I came back. You know what I mean? In the whole timeline, it's been only a quick blink that I'm back. But let's face it, it's been a couple years. I'm back. I love it. It's the game I love. It's just maybe a sad shell of a server, you know, to put it as bluntly as I can. It's a ghost town, but it's still the game I love. You know what I mean? I enjoy EverQuest heavily. Yeah, Quorum's been out less than a year. And again, just a quick blink in the whole timeline of EQ. And what X pack is Quorum on now? Lucklin? Or what? Or are they still on Kunark? There's so many servers now, I can't keep all the different timelines straight. Nine more years. Jeez. Kunark. Okay. Which, if it's been a year and they're on Kunark, that's pretty authentic timeline. You know what I mean? We'll see where they go from there. But the authentic timeline, keep in mind, this is all drawn roughly to scale, right? But the authentic timeline from 1999 through 2009, that was 10 years. P99 looked back 10 years in the past and was like, remember classic EverQuest? That was so great, right? We had these rose-colored glasses on. It was so nostalgic, and it was 10 years ago, a whole decade, right? In that whole decade, 16 expansions came out, right? Keep that in mind. Because now it's been over a decade since P99 launched, right? And we're looking at 2 expansions in that same time, right? Kunark and whatever this one is, Velius. Like drawing a blank, even though the server's been on it for so long. So it is what it is. But a representation of classic EverQuest. I don't think it ever, it's a little further every day. because never once in Classic did, or any timeline in EverQuest, did it sit on a single expansion for this long to get so bloated at the top end. You know what I mean? Like it's the whole economy, the whole society, everything about it is new, right? We're in unprecedented times. Uh, you know what I mean? It's not Classic. I don't know. I get on that rant so often nowadays. I feel like I gotta, I need some new material. But anyway, we're out here killing cats. Nice mindless activity. Getting plenty of XP. Where are these cougars at? They camouflage so well. But track says there's a shit ton of them. I know, Monster G is crazy. But, I mean, I guess it says something for EverQuest PvP, at least for me, right? That when now, in my old age, right, I look back on my years of EverQuest, and my best adventures have been on Red 99. Or maybe the beta, honestly. Beta for Red 99 was really fun, too. Um, So it was a pretty long beta. You know what I mean? I don't remember if it was a full, probably not a full year, but it was months of beta. And, you know what I mean? It was a EverQuest PvP server. So it was fun. Um, but like between all the servers I played, all my good memories, like everything I look back on fondly has been, you know, some form of PvP on it. Um, You know what I mean? Like the years I played on Druzzle Row, you know what I mean? I was in a raid guild. I was like usually a backup tank, but sometimes I was main tank, you know what I mean? Like I had a very fulfilled Bluebee life, you know, got my epic 2.0, did lots and lots of stuff. But you know, eh, that's just me. My brain's been rewired by this, I guess. I don't know. I get a certain thrill. Sheesh. In my head, I was gonna, you know, successfully fear this thing. Wasn't planning on taking damage. That's why I just pulled with no HP. Oops. I'm always running out of range. My bad. Thank you for that heal. XP's flying. Hey, Toon, are you in chat? We were wondering earlier, were you the first 50 bard? We're trying to remember who the first 50 bard was. I'm almost certain it had to, if it wasn't you, then who would it have even been? I don't know why I'm sitting instead of chasing it. Getting lazy. No corpse recovery. Jeez. How about full item loot? If we're gonna have no corpse recovery, how about corpse recovery is possible if your killer is merciful enough to leave your corpse for you? I feel like a lot of us would probably be merciful. You know what I mean? Maybe take a couple items that we like and leave the rest. Good quality of life changes. Now that's a phrase that scares me. It depends on what that means. If you're talking about Harry Potter maps or anything like that, I don't know. I don't know about all that, but it depends. Depends on the quality of life changes. If it was up to me, right? If they were like, Chewy, what do you want? We'll make Chewy 99 just for you. And I got to really choose everything down to the nitty gritty. Here's what I want. This is the platform I'm running on. Here, let me grab my notepad. Let's come up with a rule set right now. Let me auto attack this cougar, find my marker, and come up with a rule set right now. Hold on. Okay, found my marker. Got the pad. You say quality versus quantity of the PvP. I mean, there is a certain balancing act that happens, right? Like directly or indirectly, everything that's changed has an effect on the outcome of the server, right? But if it was up to me, what would I like, and would other people like it? I don't know. I don't know if other people would like it. I'll admit that straight up. But this is what I would like. This is what I think would be need. Go back to ±8. Nah. Oof. See, I don't even know what I want. This is why it's hard, right? Let's say I used to be so anti-teams, right? But teams is classic, right? Like there's precedent for some teams. So maybe we need some form of teams, right? Because they say insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, right? We've been doing free for all PvP, and we have a population of, well, I got to do a count. This is good news. I told you the server would wake up. This is going to be an authentic Red 99 count. You know what I mean? It's not winter, so it's not like peak, but it's the weekend. We got 22 players online. Maybe we'll get a couple dozen more over the course of the day. And that doesn't mean that there's only a couple dozen players here, right? Like it's 24-hour day, people in different time zones, people popping in, popping out. But at any given time, Maybe there's a couple dozen of us. You know what I mean? It's not super duper high pop. So let's go ahead and say that maybe this isn't ideal. Maybe that's not fair to say. Maybe free for all can be ideal, but let's mix it up. Right, 60 warrior versus 652s. Um, so I mean, it's almost like a true free for all, right? When somebody gets to punch down that hard, it's like you might as well let level 60s beat up level ones. But it's not always about protecting the low level from the high level, right? It's just kind of enabling the fight to happen, right? Sometimes a 52 can beat a 60. That's possible. Maybe it's not as possible or as expected, but like you know what I mean. It's not always protecting the low level. Sometimes it's kind of just avoiding PvP altogether when if the range is too tight. But what about this? What about this? What if we did team? Go with the classic. You know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't the most balanced, right? Evil team didn't get bards, right? There's no evil bards. But historically speaking, evil seemed to do okay without bards, right? So what if we went with the classic team? Right? Was that Sullen? Good versus Newt versus evil? What if we did Sullen Zach rules teams? And we do it just sounds like I'm gonna describe things that are almost too classic. But what if there was item loot? You know? Single item that's not in a bag, maybe? Perhaps. What about all worn items? Maybe. What about anything, anywhere? That'd be interesting. But some form of item loot, right? Because they think that by not having item loot, it's less griefable, right? But I would almost say, in hindsight's 2020, we're seeing all this with no item loot. There's no risk for the PK, and there's no reward for the somebody coming up in the world, right? At least with item loot, all the newbies can band together, in theory, and take down the PK and take a powerful item. Humans and half-elves be evil? I mean, they could be evil classes, but some of the classes, or I think it comes down to the deity or whatever, but a lot of these classes are kind of linked to specific deities, I think, right? Or am I barking up the wrong tree and getting it backwards? I thought it was bards that were kind of like the breaking thing. Anyway, I'm holding up this chart and I don't even know where I'm going with it. I was hoping to like brainstorm like it was a blackboard, but I guess it comes down to it's kind of a tough question because I don't even know what I want. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, this might not be for everybody, but this is at least what I want. And I'm still drawing a blank because like, what do I want? I think it would be very immersive if you had teams and it was free for all, right? Against people that weren't on your team. But then again, maybe make it even friendly fire teams would be free for all, right? So maybe I like free for all. I don't know. I don't know what I want. Have I tried Quorum? No, I never tried Quorum because it's not enough PvP for me. I do like the idea of going beyond Velius. I think EverQuest had a lot of great expansions. You know what I mean? And I think it's almost a disservice to arbitrarily pick such an early one and stop. You know what I mean? Like, what about Luckland? Luckland was cool. You know, what about like as much as Planes of Power maybe ruined the community of porting, right? A lot of the people that say Planes of Power ruin things lost their income from porting, right? They the druids, the wizards that used to make a tiny little platinum curse. You know, like I heard a lot of them saying planes of knowledge ruined everything. And I don't like the idea of over, you know, I mean, like they kind of babied us. It felt like it was that World of Warcraft effect, right? Like couldn't be too hard. Too hard's not fun enough, or whatever the case. Things got, at least to loudmouths like me, too easy, and that was part of it. Monsters and Memories had free for all. I've been hearing a lot about it, but it wasn't your thing. Yeah, I never got around to trying Monsters and Memories. That's another one that gets brought up a lot. EverQuest 2 PvP though. You might be the first person to bring that up in chat in my couple years of streaming EQ here. That's I'd be interested to see and hear some more about that. Honestly, faction based, you say? Interesting. Very interesting. I played EQ2 a little bit. When it launched, I was super duper amped. I was so super duper amped that I used that like character maker, right? Remember before it launched, they like got us hype with by sending us the like this disc that had you can make your character ahead of time and be ready for it. Oh, I was ready. I was so ready. And when the game finally launched, I didn't feel the magic that I thought I was going to feel. Maybe I hyped it up too much in my head, and like I went hard for a few days, and then I just like got bored, and I don't know. I missed out due to my own, you know, disappointment in it. You know what I mean? I think I just hyped it too much up in my head that it could never live up to where I wanted it. But I didn't try the PvP either, so I don't know. EQ2, I have something about it that just rubbed me the wrong way, I guess. I don't know. I really didn't give it much of a shot, to be fair, you know, in hindsight. But, yeah, I don't know. Do I regret that? Yeah, maybe, because I've heard now that you've said that in chat, I've heard it once before in from a guildie. A guildie said that EQ2 had some fun PvP. So it's two people I've heard it from now. So I mean, like now I'm curious. Maybe I would have liked it. But yeah, the no PvP, the way I was trying it, like just couldn't get into it. Even discovering things and having it like put your name on the description or something like that. I could have sworn I discovered a couple things and I still didn't. I didn't feel any. I felt nothing, and I don't even know if I made it a whole month. Honestly, like I said, I didn't really give it a fair shot. You know what I mean? It definitely takes more than a month to really get into EQ. I'm sure EQ2 was no different, but I didn't have the patience for it, and I just didn't. I know, like you're saying, that was my own bad. I definitely fucked that up. You know, I was stubborn. I was convinced that I would hate the game, and because I convinced myself I would hate the game, I did, right? Without even playing it. I knew everything I needed to know about it, and that was it was, you know, dumbed down EQ with cartoon graphics that I wanted no part of. You know what I mean? They tell you how to do the quests, you guys. They got a journal. You know what I mean? It's a checkbox. They put a little exclamation point over their head, or you know what I mean? Like it was too easy. I thought. You know what I mean? Where's the Alakazam mess that you gotta wade through to figure out how to get your stupid newbie armor? You know what I mean? Like it. I didn't like it because I had my reasons, and looking back on it, I only cheated myself out of what would have been, I'm sure, a fun experience in its own way. You know what I mean? It took me some growing up to admit that. Because I did go try World of Warcraft when I was retired from EverQuest. Maybe about, my timeline's on a different page. Um, you know, 8 years ago or something like that. I tried some World of Warcraft and I actually had a blast. I was playing with my guildies because Flowers of Happiness had quite a World of Warcraft division as well historically, and it was a lot of fun. I will admit, I had a ton of fun. Not enough fun to want to pay a subscription to, but like I had my fun. Oh, they added the guild halls and it's almost like the plane of knowledge. You know, what I mean, you add too many things. You add that one thing too many, and it's like the straw that breaks the camel's back. Early League of Legends had fun PvP. Yeah, yeah. I used to have a lot of fun on League of Legends. I haven't been having the fun I used to. So much so, I don't even know if I have it installed right now. I think I uninstalled it to make room for Dark and Darker and Dungeonborn, right? The new wave of these pure PvP games, right? And I think I could maybe get into something like that. I haven't yet, but I feel like I could. I see potential there. Because yeah, when I had in my head all this brainstorming, right? I was thinking of stuff I could write down on here, like what if we had instance zones, you know what I mean, and debate the value of like instancing a dungeon in a PvP server, or free for all zones in a limited PvP server. Like you can mix and match, and I think all these things would have effects on the overall, you know, health and life expectancy of the server, right? Because all the PvP servers start strong, right? There's a lot of people that want to play a request PvP, and some reason or another, the servers end up with a fraction of the population pretty soon, right? Soon after launch. It doesn't take long. Whether it takes a couple days, a couple weeks, or it hangs on a little longer than that. You know what I mean? It always hits that point where it doesn't, it feels dead, right? You know what I mean? Compared to when it felt alive, it's like, is this thing breathing? You know what I mean? You gotta feel for a pulse. How do you avoid that? Is it avoidable? I don't know. Because some would say population, I mean, the PvP crowd does the same thing every server. And I'm new to it, right? I'm a PvP EQ newbie. You know what I mean? I've only done one drug box and Red 99 and the Red 99 beta. You know what I mean? Like compared to some, I'm a fresh faced newbie. Oh shit! Why am I like not paying attention to the fight? Not good. Um, Hold please while I run around and panic about this cougar for a sec. Oh god, it resisted. Is that a lethal resist? Um, where's I going with this? So some would say that the PvP server only will last as long until one guild wins, right? Once a guild wins that first big guild versus guild and takes home the fucking dragon, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, whatever they're fighting over, once one guild gets it, the other guild's probably done, right? We've seen it time and time again. You know what I mean? The majority of the losing guild's players, it said, well, we had a good run, and they log out and they don't come back because everybody wants to be the winner. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to be the underdog. We've seen this. I know this for a fact because when I do want to be the underdog, I start running out of people that want to be the underdog with me. Every day there's a couple less. But as far as the winning guild goes, they're still going strong. They're farming fucking dragons on an empty server. It happens time and time again, right? So I mean, I think you have to fundamentally change the game to fundamentally change the problem, right? If that's the problem, then something totally new has to be tried that hasn't been tried yet. Maybe the instance dungeons are on the right track, right? That was recent drug box suggested that, right? The one that had the pay to win aspect. That I think that's the complete wrong direction to go, right? I get why they would want that because as developers you want money, but I think that's disgusting and I wouldn't participate in that. And that's why I didn't play the last drug box. Holy shit, this fucking root is not holding. I just want to like I guess my HP is fine now, but I'm trying to pontificate over here. You know what I mean? I did this cougar's distracting me. PVE version awaiting. Yeah, yeah. Right. Nobody can dad quest or whatever, right? Where you're killing stuff and then you AFK for potentially a couple hours to take care of the duties that must be attended to in real life. Yeah, maybe it's not a good strategy on a PvP server. It's certainly not, right? AFKing on the PvP server has bad consequences. Whether it happens the first time or not, it will happen, right? You will get ganked AFK, and it never feels good. And as somebody who's done it to other people, it feels good for nobody. You know what I mean? So I would say, if you're going to play Dad Quest, you got to suck it up and hit the camp button. You know what I mean? Otherwise, consequences can happen. Stuff still respawns while you're offline. So, like, you could come, I get it. Like, sitting there to watch yourself med sucks. You're taking a chance to AFK doing, is it not bad manners to gank AFK players? I mean, sure, it's almost definitely bad manners. But I'm a rude boy, you know what I mean? I'm not the most polite, and I think a lot of us aren't. So if we catch somebody AFK, we'll probably do it and feel bad about it later. But it's kind of you probably don't even know they're AFK until it's too late, right? You're like, hey, why haven't they reacted yet? As their HP bar drops. Yeah, I mean, if it's a lot of people are rude, right? We could put it that way, right? If it's rude to gank, you're gonna see some rude behavior. Right? Yeah, like engaging in PVE, right? You're now focusing on your attention on fighting something. Now, if somebody else comes in to fight you, like that's not very polite either. But like that's kind of the chance you take when you focus your attention on the PVE, right? You don't have your head on the swivel anymore. You might pay the price, and I think that adds a layer of excitement and almost realism. Not to say EverQuest is real life, right? Guys, I'm sick in the head with the pixel disease, but I'm not that sick. I understand this is not real life, right? But it adds a little realism to it, right? As far as anything can happen and you're never safe, right? That's real. Um, the darkest side of humanity is revealed during the first 2 weeks of an EQ PvP server. Night Owls, I couldn't agree more. That is. Did I get stream sniped? MMOcracy, I like your name. Um, sure, it could happen. It could absolutely happen. But more often than not, it's like a reverse stream snipe. Like Mutt over here, there's a druid in zone, and he like reverse stream sniped me. You know what I mean? He helped me out. He saw me struggling and came in without a word and started and saved my ass. Wait, Norath isn't real? Hey Logan, forget what I said. I wasn't talking to you, okay? Norath is obviously real. Real ones know. But yeah, stream snipes, sure, it could happen. But I mean, it can happen when you're not streaming too. So it's just like, I'm probably opening the door to more unexpected PvP. But even still, it's like, it's pretty rare. Yeah, I don't have a good word for it, right? Reverse stream snipe doesn't really fit. But whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like, it feels good getting jumped in a good way, you know? We're all just enjoying EverQuest here. That's what it comes down to. And I dinged 33. So without much ado, let's get to the celebration. right? Every time I ding, I do the same type of nonsense. I turn off the windows. I change the view so we can enjoy some good old fashioned emotes, right? Let's wave, let's salute, let's bow, let's dance, let's jump for joy. Oh, I can't. I'm levitating. Let's do a slash rude for the haters. Not just that hater. Let's get this hater too. Hey, you thought about? I forgot about you way there in the distance. Hey, I got one for you too. Um, a couple more laps because we're all just having some fun here. It's a knee slapper. Yep, there's the slap. Giggle. You know, I didn't even know about slash giggle. Slash grovel. Let's check it out. Oh, please. Please. I like it. Yes. Oh, wow. Slash cringe. Oh my God. That's a 2024. I'm still learning new EverQuest emotes. I love this. Thank you guys. Anyway, I'm definitely going to work that into the rotation next time I ding. Speaking of next ding, let's get to it. Let's get started. We're 5 hours, 45 minutes into the stream, but we're just getting started over here. Don't you worry. Got somebody in the zone named Pamparam. I don't know them. Anybody know Pamparam? Can you camp bodies on red? Sure. So they enacted something called the Play Nice policy. You're gonna think I'm full of shit when I say this, right? Because this was like so many years ago. Let's go back in ancient history, right? Red launched, and we it was the dark ages, the wild times. A lot of people got ran off the server, but there was basically no rules other than no training, right, for years. And then after a couple of years, they're like, okay, guys, we gotta enough's enough. You gotta stop de-leveling people. You know what I mean? Because people lost XP when they died, right? And it was getting bad. Was I part of the problem? Yes, absolutely I was. But anyway, so they removed XP death, XP loss on PvP death. So they did. But that wasn't enough. They said, no, we need the play nice policy. And this is still in effect, right? I think it's even spread to blue and green. I think they have their own version of a play nice policy now. But they made it because we were not treating each other nice, right? A lot of people were getting corpse camped, right? That's what we call it. You kill somebody, you know what happens in EverQuest. You got to go on a corpse run, get your gear, and that sucks. You know what I mean? Corpse running is probably one of the hardest, worst parts of the game. And that's without the asshole who killed you and possibly all their fucking friends sitting on top of your stuff or at the zone line leading to it or whatever. You know what I mean? Camping your stuff, keeping you from your stuff. That's the end of your play session for the day, right? You're done. You're done. Try again later. So they enacted the play nice policy. And it doesn't say we can't do that. We can still do that. However, all the person has to do is say an out of character. This is a very specific ruling, right? This that they came out with way back here, right? Not here, but years ago they came out with this. They got to out of character say loot and scoot or LNS. They're looting and scooting from whatever zone. And then once they say that, people have to let them go, right? Let them get their stuff. But now they have to scoot. Yeah, I'll wait. Let me know. Right. Night Owl's knows. Yeah, just let me know when the ads are over. I hate when it's at a bad time, right? Random. Somebody just commented on one of my videos. You wouldn't try that if he wasn't dealing with... What is it? Yeah, it's true. I love when people comment on the EverQuest PvP videos I upload on Facebook. It's like not the target audience over there. You know what I mean? Let's get another visual aid, right? Not to get too sidetracked from what I was talking about before the ad break. Hey, Logan. I think you're onto something there. I like the way you think. Um, where was I? Where was I? Is the ad break over yet? This is a different visual aid, right? Because I got distracted during the ad break. I got a notification on my phone and I looked, and it was somebody, who had something to say about EverQuest PvP because I uploaded to Facebook, right? Here's me, right? Me and everybody I know on Red, right, are in this little box, this little tiny box, right? Because we are EQ enjoyers, right? There's a lot of EQ enjoyers. It's a big circle, right? And some of us EQ enjoyers have gone so far out as to bust into the emulated world of EverQuest, right? That's where Red 99 is, right? We're a piece of a circle, right? Here's my face. Here's Facebook, right? I think so. There's some live EQ players on Facebook. There's some EQ Emu players on Facebook. There's even some Red 99 players on Facebook, and some general EQ enjoyers that don't really fit into either live or emu, right? Maybe they played in the past or they never played and they're just curious and they follow EverQuest news just out of curiosity, whatever. I'm sure they exist and they would exist in this little box right here. But Facebook is actually huge, right? This isn't drawn to scale, but there's a lot of people that exist outside completely of these circles, right? And these are the people who seem to react the most to my EverQuest PvP vids that I'm uploading for this box right here. I know who's going to like it, and it's a very small percentage of the general population. So, anyway, this is how I distracted myself during that ad break. Where were we? We were talking about the play nice policy, right? Enacted way the fuck back here. So nowadays, I don't know if the play nice policy is as necessary as it once was, right? You know what I mean? Like, especially because it's generally unenforceable at the time. It's something where somebody gets punished down the line for, right? They violated the play nice policy by corpse camping somebody for hours, right? And somebody cried and cried and cried and eventually quit EverQuest. And then the next day the GM logs on and checks and finds out and says, oh wow, somebody was rude, we got to punish them. Does it really save that person that got griefed off the server? No. So is it effective as what it wants to be, as a policy to keep the server nice? I don't think it is. I don't think it can be without, enough GM interaction. And I don't know if GM interaction is, a reasonable expectation, right? We've seen this. We've looked. If we count all, there's 24 players online on this whole server right now. How many GMs should P99 really allocate to a couple dozen of us pixel sick EverQuest junkies? Yeah, I mean, so Daisy was a good friend of mine. I went to Daisy's celebration of life, we called it. So that story really it hit me hard. You know what I mean? And the thing it really contributes heavily to me leaving EverQuest and P99 when I did a decade ago. Because yeah, Sirkin, the most active GM on the server, slash maybe the only active GM on the server at the time, was able to openly, disrespect Daisy, and that was I didn't like that. But the way Rogan allowed it, I really didn't like. So I did. I swore off the whole server. Yeah, the reaction by the sick people. Yeah, it shined a light on the dark side, right? The thing that Daisy did that made him such a hated person after the fact was that he was a Flower of Happiness member and nothing else. Really? You know what I mean? That's you know I'm not going to tell people where to lie their values, right? People can only come up with their own values, but we're all just EverQuest enjoying, you know, PvPers. You know, it's I don't want to get too off topic right now, but yeah, there was a lot of sickness going on, and I didn't like seeing the reaction either. And I really didn't like seeing how it was allowed to continue. It was very, very different from what had happened only a short time earlier in the blue community, right? I don't remember the player's name, but there was a pretty unpopular player that passed away. I don't want to say unpopular. Like, I'm not trying to talk shit, but they had, they had done actions in the game that made them generally disliked. But when they passed away, Rogan would shut down people talking shit because it's so disrespectful. How are you gonna say this stuff now that they're not there to defend themselves? Where were you? You know what I mean? It's like he shut it down, and that was respectable. But where was that same energy when it was happening in the red chat? It was completely absent, and I think him saying nothing said it all. You know what I mean? I'm getting all worked up about it, even all these years later. You know what I mean? Some wounds, almost no amount of time can heal. You know what I mean? Losing a good friend is kind of one of those. So yeah. Anyway, that was he was a good friend. I played WoW with him too, and he was the one who actually got me to try it because it was when I was like starting to enjoy EverQuest less. I was playing WoW. I said it was when I retired EverQuest, and I did play WoW in my retirement of EverQuest, but these things kind of all happened around the same time, right? Oh, MMOocracy, you didn't know, and don't feel bad at all because it is something that I think deserves attention, memory, and sometimes a light needs to be shined on it, right? And I do bring it up on my own. Sometimes it happens, just in the course of memory. You know what I mean? Usually it's because Sirkin gets brought up, and I usually go into my whole fuck Sirkin rant. And yeah, that's my reason. MMOocracy, do not feel bad at all, and I appreciate all chat and all memory and all you know what I mean. Even if somebody wanted to argue with me on something, I would still appreciate them coming in as a chatter. You know, we're all EverQuest enjoyers. Something I've learned over the years. You know, some of us enjoy EverQuest differently. Um, yeah, whatever happened to him? I kind of want to make a video on it. I feel like I'm a good person to make a video on it, even though I wasn't actively playing EverQuest during his downfall. You better believe I was a hugely smiling when I heard about it because it couldn't have happened to a better person. Talking about Sirkin, disgraced disgraced ex-GM Sirkin. Let me give you a little brief history on what I know about it. I'll do a deep dive video one of these days. I swear to God, because speaking of things that deserve a light shined on it. So this guy, this Sirkin guy, was heavily involved in the P99 community. Right, he wasn't just a GM on Red. He GM'd I think Blue also, right, and had for a while. You know what I mean? Um, and some people thought very highly of him. You know, I mean, especially the people who were saying the disgusting things when Daisy died, right? They thought very highly of Sirkin. He was their champion because he was one of them, talking shit that he had no courage to say uh, uh, before that day. But anyway, so Sirkin, highly regarded, whatever, was GMing and met a player who he believed was, um, let's say a real girl, right? He had been led to believe this by the player. They were flirting and chatting, and little did Sirkin know it was all a sting operation. I don't know who masterminded this. I don't remember the details exactly, but what happened is Sirkin you know, showed his true colors by summoning a mana stone for what he believed would be in exchange for nudes. You know what I mean? And then the sting operation was revealed. I guess there was no nudes. Maybe I'm wrong on this because, like I said, I wasn't playing. I got to do a deep dive. Well, this is my memory and understanding of the way it played out. He abused his power as a GM to summon a mana stone on a server where mana stone is no longer dropped, to give it to a player in a, you know what I mean, in a kind of manipulative power disparity. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem right. You know what I mean? He was in a position of power as a GM, and to use that to try to exploit what he thought was you know, a real. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. That's what he did, and that's why he got finally, you know, removed from power. He originally got fully ousted, right? Like Rogan turned his back on him, but then, due to outcry, reinstated Sirkin on the forums at least with a green name and as a contributor, right? They gave him a contributor title, so he's not just a completely disgraced piece of shit as he should be. He's a contributor with a, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I mean, it really shows where Rogan's values lie. You know what I mean? It's kind of fucked. I wonder if he, you know, I mean, if there wasn't a sting operation, if that Mana Stone thing might have just happened just every day. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Did he get caught doing other things than that? So there's like a whole paste bin. You want to clip it and put it to YouTube? I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Um, but yeah, it'd be a little preview clip for a better video coming because I'm going off memory. You know what I mean? I did read all into this. I did a deep dive when I found out, which was yeah, illegal mana stone summoning for hairy feet pics. I know it's kind of crazy, kind of crazy. Yeah, he kind of threw whatever little power he had right out the window with that move. Um, but I think if it wasn't a sting operation, it would have been business as usual. Makes me think he's probably done it in the past. You know, it's kind of sick. Kind of sick. You know, like, at least it's all virtual, right? Like, it's not like he's abusing his power in real life, you know, to take advantage of like more vulnerable people. I would hope. You know what I mean? I hope he limited it to his online life. I would assume he probably did. He probably would, you know, had nothing going for him in real life like that. So this was like, yeah, a real win for him. I don't know. Yeah, he did have a pretty popular Twitch channel, right, or whatever, once upon a time. But yeah, he had to throw it all away because he got completely disgraced from the community with that action. And it was. People can say, "Oh, it was a sting operation. They set him up." Blah blah blah. It's like, no, he did that to himself. He showed his true colors. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't know. I mean, him never got along, and it's just because he was one of those people that really hates flowers. You know what I mean? The hate goes deep. The guild's been around for almost 25 years, right? I forget the exact birthday. Um, and just invokes certain feelings for some people. So much so that they're willing to disrespect the dead and take it to real life stuff and et cetera, et cetera. And really, you know, go above and beyond. It is what it is. Communication from staff, right? I mean, it'd be nice to get a little communication from staff. I can't remember the last time something was said other than just, you know, announcing a holiday bonus. I feel like that must be something they give the power to the guides, right? I don't know if any actual GMs are connected to P99 at all, or developers or anything. They've all kind of gone dark, it seems like. As Fires of Heaven related to Flowers of Happiness, only so far as we are not Fires of Heaven. Um, I don't want to speak as to the creation because I wasn't there. I was in middle school. My friend was there. Tree Rat was there and told me all about it because he was an early flower. And some of my friends that are still in flowers were there too. But as far as I understand it, they picked the same letters to kind of troll Fires of Heaven. You know what I mean? Take the guild that takes it the most seriously, create the guild that takes it the least seriously, use the same abbreviation, and just like, you know what I mean? I'm sure some sort of frustration will ensue. That's how I always understood it. You know, like kind of intentionally FOH to be for the lulz. You know what I mean? You gotta. That's as far as I understand it. But yeah, maybe I can get some clarification on that from a true OG because I'm an FOH newbie, right? If you don't count the time I was playing on Tree Rat's account, I joined Flowers in the beta, right, which is right here. So I've only been a Flowers member for this many years. In the grand scheme of Flowers of Happiness, that's a decent amount of time. It's enough time to raise the ranks to, I'd say I'm like a warlord, right? You know, in times of battle, um, you know, sometimes the crew looks to me. But as far as big decision making, no. It's never been my thing. I like to PK. I don't like to handle drama. Fight it out. But yeah, I miss the Flowers forums. Those were the days. If I could get on the Flowers forums for 5 minutes, I would be happy. I would screenshot some of Vironoth's fucking word salad, right? Because that's relevant now. Ever since he became probably P99's most infamous player, I've been wishing I could get some of the context for you guys because it was so unhinged. This dude, oof, I hope he's doing better. I hope you're properly medicated or something, dude. But I'm sure you guys know the Vironoth story. Yeah, I was lamenting that recently, Logan, about just how forums are they've kind of gone the way of GeoCities and Angel Fire. You know what I mean? It's got a real primitive internet feel to it, um, which is crazy. Hey, thank you for that. Whoever that was, it'll tell me in a second. Um, Glutes and Boots, great name. Thank you for that sub. Appreciate you. But yeah, I'm sure you guys all know the Vironoth story. So if I can get on the Flowers forums for 5 minutes, I would screenshot a couple Vironoth posts. He was not a flower, but he came to our forums to talk shit because he was that bothered, and it was always a hoot. And what's the other thing I would do? Oh, I would go in my PMs and I would screenshot some of the account names and passwords I was given, you know, over the years. I never wrote them down. I didn't have to because they were saved in my fucking DMs. You know what I mean? And now, as soon as we lost the forums, I lost like fucking 10 accounts. You know what I mean? Like level 60s. And I have no clue even where to begin guessing what the names or passwords were to. But yeah, Vironoth was a fucking madman on the forums and in the game and in real life, right? But he's out. He's out on these streets, so I hope he's doing better. You know what I mean? Hey, Vironoth, if you're watching, please don't attack me with a mace in the street while I'm outside. No, we appreciate that. Any all subs are very much appreciated. I thank you very much, and we'll get rid of the ads for you. The ads are oh, Logan, shit, hype train. What? Wow, wow. On this, a Sunday of all days. Of course, it's a Sunday. Sunday's the best day for anything. Let's face it. I stream on Thursday mornings. I stream on Sunday mornings, but the Sunday morning, it's just spectacular. I'm glad you're just enjoying the stream. Yeah, this is Red 99. I mean, without any PvP action, you wouldn't know it really, other than the fact that it's kind of quiet. Wow. Guys, I appreciate you all so much. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the hype. I'm feeling the love. I'm glad that you're all here enjoying EverQuest with me. It's been 6 hours so far. It's noon already. Time flies when you're having fun. Some Sundays I ended at noon. But today, let's keep it rolling. You do weekend morning streams for the... Yeah, I mean, hey, there's a lot of EverQuest enjoyers in the European Union. I know that for a fact. Shout out to the Swedes. You know what I mean? I know there's some Swedish EverQuest enjoyers out there, among others, you know? Got some in France. I played on Moral Fool server, which had a pretty heavy French-speaking player base. I think a lot of them were Canadian, though, right? EverQuest seemed to be pretty popular in Canada. It probably still is, but back then, it definitely seemed to be, you know what I mean? It's probably just, like we were talking about before, when winter comes, a lot of people snuggle in with some EQ, you know what I mean? Stay toasty warm indoors and enjoy some EverQuest. Wow, CG, you're Canadian? Yeah, yeah. And would you say it's always been kind of had a good Canadian player base? Ooh, living in Scotland, nice. You got good Canadian viewership. Yeah, it's the game. It really seemed to take off. I mean, it took off worldwide. Let's face it, but it stayed popular in Canada, for sure. I'm in the USA, but I'm not too far from Canada. I'm in the Northeast. It would probably take me a long time to hit the border. I'm not that close, but it gets cold here in the winter. You know what I mean? I think we have that in common. Yeah, guild I was in my past life was a lot of Canadians, which I didn't know until I joined, and then you find out it's like, huh, the world exists outside of my hometown. That's crazy. Um, you played EQ Mac. Ooh, that was must have been an interesting start. I've heard a lot of strong nostalgia for that one, right? Because you guys were in your own little kind of fish tank almost compared to the rest of us. And EQ Online Adventures too, right? Like what was that, PlayStation 2? That's another one that like had its own die-hard base, completely removed from the rest of our die-hard bases. The original old school server, yeah, yeah. That's pretty cool. Never got beyond POP, wow. Yeah, I never played EQ Online Adventures. And Amir, I did. The Guck is, who knows what's going on in there. Hopefully nobody's tracking mud all over the place, stomping around without wiping their feet, you know, jumping on the couch or anything like that. They better not. They better don't. Who knows? Yeah, it's normally Guck is a way of life for me. EQOA is coming back. Really? Holy shit, that's awesome. I might come as a first timer if that happens. You know, well, you know what it'll take to get me. Just a little PvP. A little PvP server for EQ UA, and I'll check it out. Damn, these cougars are fucking rough. I'm gonna scroll down all the way. As long as I live. Guck is a way of life. I like getting tells from the... Yeah, that'd be awesome. Gotta love labor of loves, right? That's what it comes down to. If a community cares enough, then nothing's impossible. You bought a Mac for Alcapor but learned about P99 around this. Oh, gotcha. So that ended up scratching that itch for you. The classic EQ itch. So, I mean, when I played classic EQ, my computer sucked. I had 56K. I never got to enjoy classic EQ, Kunark, Velius the way I enjoyed it on P99. P99 was like a new first chance for me almost. Like, yeah, I played. I owned the game. I had a subscription. But just I never experienced the game like I did in P99. And P99 you know, we have the power of hindsight, and we have the wiki, and just all this knowledge that we never had back in the day. Like, yeah, there was Alakazam. Yeah, we were piecing together knowledge as we went. But, like, as far as this is what level this thing is, this is what drops this is where to go, this is what to do. A lot of it we were kind of figuring out as we went. And that's a magical thing that can't be recreated with an emulator, right? Because we know it all already. You know what I mean? You can't let that genie back in the bottle or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, knowledge can't be unlearned. I think that's kind of the point of Monsters and Memories, right? It was to kind of give an unfamiliarness. But I don't know. I never played. You had a 3-ring binder of maps. Hell yeah. That's as Brad intended, right? Like, that's so classic, so immersive. That's what I remember. And that's why, you know what I mean? When I hit backspace, no map comes up, right? And P99 likes it that way, but there's ways to enable it, right? People use the parser or whatever to, like, add a map. I think it might, maybe it's not bound to backspace or whatever. Maybe it's a completely separate thing. I don't know, but that's not for me because that's not classic EverQuest to me. I like to fumble around. That's just me. There's no wrong way to enjoy EverQuest. Don't let me sound all gatekeepy or back in my day or kids these days don't know how to play EQ. Blah blah. No, I'm not trying to be like that. We're all gonna enjoy EQ in a way that's fun to us because, you know, I mean, life's too short to do something that's not fun. Yeah, we play very differently today. I never even heard of Charming back in the day. You know, I mean, my sister played an Enchanter. I don't think she'd use Charm very often. Nowadays, I'm gonna see how many enchanters. There's 2 enchanters online right now. I bet they're both charming something that you know, we would have thought took multiple groups to kill back in the day. You know what I mean? Like, we just play so different. We know better. Somebody called Loot and Scoot Chardock. We were talking about Loot and Scoot. It probably happened a while ago and I just didn't notice. Yeah. Nowadays, it's like everybody's level 60. Or at least has one. Yeah. Yeah, Enchanters back in classic EQ. Well, I remember Enchanters using the invisible pet, the floating axe and friggin' shield or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't even know what they look like now because it's been so long since I seen an enchanter cast that spell. But that was like standard issue. That's conventional wisdom. That's what enchanters did. Yeah, you had to get hit before the pet would assist you or whatever. But you know what I mean? It was. Pat managed to charm. I know, right, Logan? Like you feel like the math doesn't math on that one, right? But that would seem to be conventional wisdom. And those illusion pads can slap for sure. I did fight one in Guck recently. I was fighting an enchanter, and he had faction with the frogs enough that he was able to run freely around them. But he knew better than to charm something, right? As soon as he charmed something, I was going to dispel the charm, and then he was going to have aggro, and it was going to be a whole mess for him. So instead, he got his summoned pet up, and thing was slapping. Thing was slapping. But, you know, I'm sure you already know how that went fighting. Yeah, I kind of miss, looking for grouping was fun because it was social, right? You were meeting people. It was like it's not all of a sudden not about the experience anymore. You're just like having fun, hanging out. You know what I mean? I get it's still like that for a lot of people. On Blue 99, Green 99, or Quarm or Teak or whatever. Red 99, yeah, maybe we're not looking for group. Maybe we're not randomly meeting new peeps all the time. I'm missing out on some of the fun experience, sure, but the excitement I get, the heart pounding action I get, I think makes up for it. And I still make friends on Red 99. If anything, we're a very tight knit community, whether we like each other or not. I don't know. Maybe we're not. Yeah. Yeah. Hey Logan, go same to you on Red. You want to play a 60 Enchanter? I got a 60 Enchanter. Only catch is I never bought the color flux spell I was supposed to. I gotta go find that one. After watching you play, I realized how strong that spell is. And it's like, huh. Um, yeah, I got a bunch of alts right now that a lot of them I made with the intention of just like letting somebody play, just to not be so dang lonely over here. Um, I made a cleric, and then me and my pals leveled the cleric up. Made an enchanter, and another group effort. I'm not gonna say I leveled Clementia to 60 myself. I did not. I did some of the levels, and I helped with others, and like it was a group effort overall. But yeah, I got other alts that I don't feel like I need to ask permission to give away. You know what I mean? I've made it whole accounts that are just sitting there just in case. Red 2.0, no corpse recovery, PvE until capacity is reached, then it's PvP. Oh shit. That's an interesting thought. I mean, like I said, we got to think outside the box, and it's got to be something that's never been tried, right? All things that have tried have, you know, by one metric or another, we could say they failed, right? So, I'm not PvP wise. I'm not saying blue or green failed or whatever. No, no, no. Those are very successful, healthy servers. But a PvP server to thrive, it's got to be different. It's got to be something we've never seen, never tried, and maybe it's the answer. Could be, could be. Yeah. What about the whole? It was an interesting take on it. That the last drug box I played that came out with you couldn't really leave PvP. Once you got attacked by a player, it didn't matter how you died. It was going to count as a PvP death, and that was an interesting take. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's still a couple things to iron out with that. Um, as far as like the flagging for yes, PvP happened goes. That's interesting. Very interesting. Does it solve the problem? I don't think it solves the problem. You know what I mean? Like the problem they were trying to solve is people plugging, right? They like tried to eliminate plugging. I still saw some people manage to plug one way or another. I don't know how they did it. I couldn't do it. But you know what I mean? No plugging, I don't think is the answer. Right, at level 6 and level 2, I know. There was a lot of issues. You know, like every new solution unveils new problems. But one of these days, they're gonna get it just right, right? I want to believe. Can't believe it's already lunchtime. I'm gonna turn the mic and cam off for a little bit and shove some food in my face real quick, some iron rations, if you will, and then yeah, I'm not going anywhere though. We're keeping the stream going for at least a few more hours. Why not? It's Sunday. I really appreciate everybody that's been here today. I can't believe there was a hype train. It's nuts. Um, I appreciate you all. Stay tuned. I don't want to say we're just getting started because we are. We're 6 hours deep. You know what I mean? We're probably at the 2/3 point through this stream, right? We're cooking. We're cranking. It's great. I'm having a blast, and I'm not looking to stop. Okay. I go T. I think you're onto something there. I really like, especially out of all the things you said, the thing that most excites me is that one bag checking. That's possibly the perfect solution, right? Where it adds a bit of chance to it all, or maybe even like that's cool. That's fun. I like that idea. And now you're making me think about what if the system even decided what gear was lootable, maybe randomly or whatever. You know what I mean? Like something like that. Because yeah, full choice of people's gear is a little brutal. Bagging gear is, you know, comes with its own drawbacks. Um, but something different, right? Like bagging, I like the bagging idea. And then the random bag because it's not fully random, right? It puts at least the illusion of choice. And becomes almost like a mini game, right? Like some rock paper scissors. Are they going to check this bag or that bag or? But maybe random is easier. Oh, we got a Chester alert. Check it out. Sir Pak. He must have knew you were coming. Can you see? Is he on cam? He's sitting on my lap. What's up, buddy? He's purring. Well, let me try to get a little Chester going on. My chips out of the way. I was eating, but yes, love this guy. Pet the cat. Pet the cat. Pet the cat. Most will definitely avoid PvP. I mean, even now with like basically zero stakes PvP, people still avoid it. You know what I mean? Like you don't really lose shit. You lose your coin, right? Coin loot PvP, people still avoid it. Even if they have zero coins in them, they'll still avoid it. Can you hear him purring right now? He's a good guy. Uh-oh, buddy. Uh-oh, buddy. Uh-oh. Okay, I see Mutt. Mutt, my savior. Save me. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. If you zone and then you don't come out the other side, that's a pretty popular method of escape. Yeah, gating is always a popular choice. Yeah, that's why I like the Shadow Knight. You know what I mean? He has the finishing power. Could sometimes stop that gate. Special thank you again to Mutt for keeping me alive out here. Chester, you are such a ham. This guy's a little ham for the cam. Oh, he looks like he's maybe getting ready to jump. How you doing, buddy? Right, cheesy Chester. You just come up here to hang out? Just saying hi, buddy? We always we love a Chester on cam. A blessing. Oh yeah. My buddy. You're just sitting here purring, staring off in the distance. You're not even watching me play? Come on, buddy, watch me play. I need your help. He doesn't. I'm killing cats. So I don't think he likes that, but he's still playing anyway. He wants to work you for treats. Yeah, maybe that's what this guy's up to. Is that what you want? Mmm. He's purring up a storm. I like to believe he has no ulterior motive right now. He just wanted to hang out. Is that it? Just hanging out? Anyway, yeah, I was speaking of snacks. I was about to snack myself up because been streaming hard, 6 hours, builds up an appetite. But then, you know, I mean, this guy hopped right on my right on my lap. So much for that plan. This is a blessing, though. I'm very, very blessed. Oops. Catnip Temptations, yeah, yeah. Those are very, very enjoyed by lots of cats, I would assume. They love that shit. You getting tired? So I got two cats. I got Chester and Winnie. And Chester will hop up on my lap and play EverQuest with me, and you know, I mean, he's my little home. Oh, there he goes. But he has to hop up on his own terms, right? If I pick him up and put him on my lap, he'll immediately hop away. Winnie doesn't really do that, right? She'll stand. She likes to get eye level. She'll like get on a surface and like stand up and you know what I mean. But she does not want to be picked up at all. Not even like to put like it's not like with Chester. I pick him up, I put him on my lap, he jumps away. She won't get up on the lap. She will, you know what I mean, become like just a ball of claws rather than be picked up. But otherwise, very cute and very sweet. But because of her not wanting to sit on laps, not wanting to be picked up. She doesn't make very many appearances on stream. In fact, her second appearance ever was like I think last Sunday or maybe the Sunday before. It was nice. She's a very cute cat. She hopped up in my chair while I was, you know, AFK. So then I tilted the camera down so she was in the frame, and that's pretty much the only way she's ever gonna get on the stream, I think. Oh, you raised it from a bottle? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, when we adopted Chester, he was very young too, so I'd say he's more pliable. You know, he needed eye drops, so he's used to being, you know, he's cooperative, very pliable, you know, easygoing guy. But yeah, Winnie, not as much. But yeah, I say that was Winnie's second time on stream. Her first time on stream was like years ago when I before I was streaming EverQuest. I was streaming, trying to do like variety of stuff. I was streaming a PlayStation game or whatever, and she made an appearance in front of the cam, but it was crazy the way my green screen was working or whatever. She's so shiny that even though she's a black cat with like some white markings, the black wasn't showing up at all. So she was just a couple floating white markings and like two eyes. You know what I mean? So you couldn't even really see her in the stream. That was her first appearance. She was almost invisible. Still very cute, but yeah. If she was more cooperative, I would get her on stream because she's a very cute and sweet cat, but just it's not about that life. Chester, you want to come back? Neil will come when you call. Winnie will come if I call too. She's probably sleeping, and I might have to call a few times, but she will. She'll come running, but you just won't be able to see it because she won't hop up onto the chair or anything like that. She'll just. In fact, I said her name so many times. She's probably on her way right now. Yeah, Chester, on the other hand, no. He'll crane his ears to face towards me, but he will fully ignore when I call him. He knows what I want. I know he knows. He just refuses. But yeah, now that Chester jumped down, I'm going back to my originally scheduled snack break. You know what I mean? Some might call it lunch. I don't know if it's a balanced enough meal to call lunch. I'm gonna eat something though. So more. Holy shit! I'm already almost 4 bubbles in. This is crazy. I really thought I was gonna open it up and be like down here, like one bubble somewhere. I'm in the zone. Male and female, yeah, but they're both fixed, so don't you worry about that. But yeah. Yep, yep. Be right back. Night owls. That's an interesting idea. Something like that where hmm, trying to think of how to make that work. But yeah, maybe it's using like a respawn toggle as some sort of incentive, right? Like maybe I don't know. I don't know how to work that in. There's got to you're onto something. It's because it's different, right? Like I said, it's got to be something different. So every time I hear something different, I'm like, maybe this is it. Logan, you're not wrong. That would be different, and maybe that's all we need. That's all we need. Nobody's tried that. Um, it sounds so simple. Yes, Sir Pac, thank you. Mossy G, thank you. Yeah, I can't believe I dinged again. What a stream. What a stream. What a stream. I was trying to loot this corpse. I think it disappeared though. Unless this is it. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing an earring. How many levels say? 34 now. I think I started at what, 31? So it's been a pretty solid grind. Um, can I hit 34 before the end of the stream? I don't know. But I will damn sure get some XP at the very least. Let me root one of these. I just forgot about root. I know, red 99 XP is not too shabby. It's a little boosted. I feel like the 30s are just the easiest levels in the game, though. You know what I mean? Blue, green, whatever. It's just you're finally like hitting your stride, right? You have your class-defining abilities, defining your class. All the you know what I mean, everything's coming together. As long as you're in a good spot, the 30s are just nice and sweet. You know what I mean? Even easier than the 20s, I think. Yeah, you start dealing damage, really. Roots off the other guy. Uh-oh. You still blue? Yeah, oh yeah, all still blue. Gotta love it. Oh my god, there's still killer XP too. Like this, we like this. You doing okay? Got both on me. There we go. That's a little better. Oh, I lost my haste. That happens a lot. Once they slow down the walruses next zone, hell yeah, I can't wait, honestly. I'm excited for the walruses because that's kind of a new thing for me. Like I said, I've killed them before, here and there, but as for trying to level off them, that's going to be new. And yeah, sounds exciting. Change of pace, change the scenery. Already 10% in though. You know what I mean? I don't think we need to quite change it yet. Still seems to be quite juicy. Yeah, the walruses were really starting to get green. You know, I mean, they're still XP green, and I saw there's still a couple dark blue here and there. Obviously, the tainted and the corrupted were dark blue still when we left there, but this has been just nice. All right, grabbing a snack though. I know I said that before. I keep getting distracted. You guys, I forgot. We get big real quick. I meant to mention this earlier in the stream. We got a little special surprise this stream. Been a while. Been a while since we opened some MTG packs. Well, you know what? Let's bust one out now. Maybe both. I got 2 packs to open today, right? Got a All Will Be One Phyrexia Collector's Booster. Could be cool. And we got a Modern Horizons 2 booster. You know? Let's start with Modern Horizons 2. It's just a little something to change the pace, right? Let's change the pace up a little bit. I'm gonna change the stream title real quick for this little chapter. Hang tight. And then we're gonna start with the Modern Horizons 2 booster. I'm gonna read you all about it.
I need to get ready for PvP, get buffed.
Do I? Let me see. Is this fact? Whew. No PvP yet. Let's see what we got here. So this Modern Horizons 2 pack came out in what year was this? What year did this pack come out? Carefully trying to navigate it. 2021. So 3 years ago, right? Let's see what it got. They say foil retro frame fetch lands in less than 1% of boosters. Foil stamp signature art card replaces art card in 5% of set boosters. List card included in 25, blah, blah, blah. So we're supposed to get 1 to 4 cards of rarity rare or higher. 1 art card. 6 to 10 uncommons and commons. A max of 8 maybe common and 1 land card. So this is an interesting pack makeup, right? They certainly changed things since back in the day. Let's open her up. What we got here? This must be the art card they're speaking of. No idea. No idea. What do we got here? Buckeroo the Volatile is the art card. It's not a signature one or whatever. There's that. And it brings us to our land. Got a swamp. Cool art, you know. A Breathless Night in the common slot. Keeping the black-white theme going. We got this artifact land that taps for both. What the hell? Comes in tapped. It's indestructible and it counts as an artifact and taps for 2 colors. Powerful stuff. You think they would have learned their lesson last time they made artifact lands, but they didn't. Sojourner's Companion, common. Late to Dinner, common. If anybody wants to know what these do, let me know. I'm going to read like the rares or whatever, but the commons I'm kind of breezing through. Discerning Taste. All these cards have been black, white, or artifact. Weird pack. Ghost Lit Drifter. Finally a blue card. And we got a Lazotep Chancellor. Right. Zombie Wizard. Rishidin Dockhand. This is a 1-mana Merfolk with Island Walk. You can pay a mana and tap it to tap target land. This is the kind of filthy card I would play in Commander just to be annoying. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not good, but it's certainly annoying. And then it goes Upheaval, right? That's a good card. Return all permanents to their owner's hand. 6-mana sorcery. Pretty strong. People used to play that with Psychotog, remember? Alright, so Gargadon got like a weird finish to it. I don't know what they consider this style. It's like kind of sketchy looking. Common. And the foil is a rare. Nevin Rowell's Disc. Classic.
Take a foil Nev's disc, you know what I mean? Replace a non-foil in my commander deck probably, because that's playable. I probably got it in my deck. It's been a while since I looked at my deck, but I'd believe it. All right, one more pack, and then we'll get back to the EQ. Thank you for bearing with me. Hey, EQ enjoyers, I know it's like torture sometimes. Anything non-EQ, I know. Bear with me. We got one more. So this is a collector's booster, right? These are the special ones. It includes 10 traditional foil cards, and then may include blah, blah, blah. A traditional foil borderless mythic planeswalker in 3% of boosters. Let's see what we got. I'm going to try to carefully open it. Trying. Don't want to damage the cards. It's a tough pack to open, jeez. I almost want to get scissors. You know what I mean? I feel like there's no way to open this without like fucking shit up. The wrapper's just stretching, and so okay. That was tough, but I finally got through it. The wrapper's gonna have to be in like shreds. A damn shame. Okay, here we go. Top card in the stack is a foil Rebel token. Oh, it looks like I'm looking at these backwards. Let me go backwards here. Go from the other side. So we got this foil common, some sort of enforcer. Cool, sure. Annihilating Glare. Decent removal in the right deck, you know what I mean? These are all foils. Free from Flesh. Ooh. I got beat up by like an aggro deck that used oil counters that was using that. That was pretty good. And then we got a Thistling Roots. Seems pretty playable. You know, I like one mana sorceries that do stuff. And then we got this artifact. Font of Progress. Is it showing up on cam decent? Hold it a little further, maybe. I don't know. What else? What else? We got Apostle of Invasion. Interesting, but like borderline unplayable. Like, yeah, it's a big flyer or whatever, but as long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, this thing has double strike. Like, great. It doesn't give poison. Like, if you're giving them poison counters, why are you trying to beat them up with big creatures? I don't. A little disjointed there. Ooh, cool land. Cool full art foil mountain. I like it. I like the look of it. Getting down to the last little handful here. Here's a foil rare. Vindictive Flamestoker. And another oil counter card. Interesting. What else we got? This is a full art Mind Splice apparatus, or extended art, I should say. Not foil. That's an interesting one. And then another extended art. This is Glissa's Retriever. Here's some interesting art. Non-foil Sinew Dancer. Probably looks really cool foil. This is non-foil. Some sort of alternate art. Oh, this one is foil. This is a Bone Picker Scourge. Okay. Looks cool. Would I play it in a deck? Maybe not. This one is freaking interesting. It has the little Phyrexian symbols all over. I don't know if you could see. It's like a weird foiling. You see this Phyrexian symbols? Mirror Convert. Little toxic guy, but it looks very cool. I like these. This effect the foiling has. Very cool. And then we got this thing, non-foil. Graz Unstoppable Juggernaut. Hey, we love a Juggernaut. Legendary Juggernaut. It's about time. Juggernauts you control attack each combat if able. Juggernauts you control can't be blocked by walls. Other creatures you control have base power and toughness 5/3 and are juggernauts in addition to other types. I thought that was funny. Like the thing just telling me it's like, okay, juggernauts already are like that, but it makes everything a juggernaut. Okay, interesting. And this seems to be the foil rare in the pack, right? Venser Corpse Puppet. Um, Good card. I've been a card that I see sometimes in arena getting played against me. So cool looking effect, extended art, foil. Probably the best card in the pack, for all I know. I don't know much about this set, but anyway, thanks for bearing with me for that. That was fun, right? Been holding on to these packs for a while, meaning to open them on stream. So knock a couple out today. Hey, it's you know, a little change of pace. Let's get back to the EQ. If anybody just tuned in because it's an MTG stream, I hate to break it to you, I'm streaming EverQuest for the most part. I took a little quick intermission right there to do that. Intermission over. Back to EQ. Good times. I think it was decent pack. The second pack especially. First pack had the foil Nev disc, which for all I know could be cool. But overall, it's kind of like, you know, a card that we used to love. They came out, oh, Jesus, 31 years ago. Nev's disc, right? It's an old one. So a foil version of it's cool. Still semi-playable. If you want to wipe the board pretty fully, it's a good option. I'm going to change the thing back to EQ. I should probably like pay attention to fighting. Oh, this is 3 cougars now. No, that's 2. I don't know why I thought that was 3. Changing the stream title back to EverQuest and Buckaroo, Red 99, blah blah blah. Buckaroo. Just had time to type his name. Anyway, now that that's under control. Loot him up. Loot him up. I gotta add some more audio, whatever those are called sometime. Just silly stuff. Just getting silly. Who's the dude in the way? Yeah, good question. Took me a minute. Thanks, Logan. Always looking out. All that player versus player action that I was blocking can now come to you unimpeded. Player versus cat.
You need to get ready for PvP, get buffed.
That was easy.
Night owls. I sure hope not. They're so realistic, though. I like to believe that no snow cougars were injured in the making of this fantasy elf simulator. So that's how I sleep at night. But it's a good question. This XP gain is still like insane. Over 30% in. Didn't I just ding? Was I like, I'm not dinging again this stream. Maybe I will. You know, it's only been 7.5 hours, so I still got a little gas in the tank. You know what I mean? Keep it going a little longer. I wasn't planning on hitting 35. I might try to push it that long. I was probably figuring to finish the stream in about a half hour to an hour. But if the XP's cooking this good, um, I'll go as long as I can manage personally. You know what I mean? Like I'm having fun, I'm having a blast. I hope you're enjoying watching. You know, hey, if it's your first time here, I'm glad you stumbled in. If it's not your first time here, I'm extra glad you found your way back. You know what I mean? It would have been you know, a lonely day without all you in chat and without Mutt here reverse stream sniping me or whatever we end up terming that as. You know what I mean? Where somebody comes and saves me like a backwards gank. You know what I mean? Because it happened. I did. I got saved. Right? I was out there in South Row struggling with the ancient Cyclops. Maybe I would have got it eventually. You know, just kited around the zone for an hour while my XR breastplate regened me. You know what I mean? It's like it wouldn't have been pretty. It might have happened, but this is certainly better, right? So big thanks, to Mutt because the downtime has been with enough arrows to kill anything. Yeah, sure, I believe it. I don't know if I have enough arrows. I bought 3 stacks of each fletching material, and I've crafted like one of those 3 stacks. It is what it is. Work in progress. Oh, we got somebody in zone. Verdant. Verdant, huh? They're gone. Good times. Good times. Night Owls, good question. For me, I probably wouldn't even touch a green two because all the thrill of a new server would be canceled out by the. Oh my god! I accidentally hit pin message instead of fucking block. Oh my god! Don't click that link that I just pinned. It's accident. Hilarious. Okay. Fat fingered that one. Yeah, I don't know. The thrill of a new server might be canceled out by the lack of PvP. I'm a one track mind kind of EQ player. You know what I mean? I gotta have a little PvP. So I really hope that there's not a new green before a new red. You know, hardly seems fair, but it wouldn't surprise me. Trying not to be negative about it, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if that's how they played us. Yeah, Cougar Hunt's going good though. 3 bubbles in, it's fucking crazy. And really, so much of it is just thanks to the lack of downtime right now. Chain pulling. The power of Mutt compels me. Can't believe it's almost been 8 hours. It's been like a full shift. Full shift of EQ. It feels good. It feels good on a Sunday morning. Hope you've all been enjoying it. I'm really trying to hit 35. Right now, it's so close I can taste it. Full shift at the EQ factory, right? Yeah. When I was a young boy in school, this is what I dreamed of, right? Plain EQ, uninterrupted. Nobody needs to use the phone. You know? Here I am. Living the dream. Night Owls. Yeah, the server peak on first day. Honestly, I'd be surprised if it was under 800. Right? I feel like we could pull 800 plus once. But hey, that counts. That counts for a peak, right? Um, as for what character am I making first? Oof. It's a great question. I mean, if bards are allowed, I feel like I gotta play a bard next time around. They're too good. If you can't beat them, join them, right? They're just too damn good. This thing's a little resistant, huh? Let's go. But if history has proven anything, I'll probably make a Shadow Knight. Whatever my intention is, for whatever reason, I'll be like, oh yeah, well, I made a Shadow Knight, so... Maybe the proximity to the swamp, it just calls me. This one's a toughie. So when I was a loudmouth on the forums back in the day, I would always argue against teams PvP for one reason. And it was this hypothetical situation I made up in my head that was I'm going to be on the same team as somebody I don't like, and I'm going to be so frustrated that I can't kill him, right? That was the one reason I ever fought against teams. And like looking back on it, it's like, who is that one person that it's on my team that I can't PK? You know what I mean? Like, I probably wouldn't care. It'd probably be fun. I'd probably like teams. You know what I mean? But it's just so funny that I was so against it. But when it comes down to it, my reason might have been nonsense. I don't know. That's an interesting thought. I goatee. Yeah, I mean, like, that way, yeah, if you want to avoid PvP a little, you know, maybe not, maybe avoid is the wrong word, but you got to go through it to overcome it. You know what I mean? You might be onto something there. Again, the right answer is going to be something that we've never heard or seen before, right? So all these outside the box, left field thoughts are excellent. You you might be onto something there. Some way to, hmm, hmm, like you're incentivizing it, but then giving the reward at the end be almost removing yourself from the. Yeah, I don't know if that removing yourself. Hmm. There's something there. Everybody's outside the box ideas today have had something there. You know what I mean? Like the key is that it's different. Hey, while we're on the topic of like a PvP currency or whatever, some sort of thing like that, I would have thought it went without saying, but recent uh, rumblings in the drug box world would have taught me otherwise. Um, you can't have PvP points buyable with real life money, right? That should go without saying, right? It's just totally any right track that we're on with the whole PvP points and currency and blah blah blah. It goes out the window as soon as it becomes a pay to win, right? Like we got to keep that out of any classic EverQuest because that's so unclassic. You know what I mean? That's like the anti classic. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was super excited for that server that was coming out, whatever, a few months back, whatever it was, a while ago now. Super duper excited for it. I was like counting down till it, and then last minute they announced like, oh yeah, by the way, you can buy PvP points. I'm like, shoot, hold up. I do not endorse this. I do not support this. I'm not going to stream this. I'm not going to tell my friends to play this. You know, everything I said in the weeks leading up to this, forget about it. I'm out. Because that was bleh, make me sick. It's like the worst part of modern gaming is the whole like pay to win aspect of shit. Fuck that. I go T. When's that supposed to happen? I'd mess with that for sure. I didn't play it back in the day, the original, or they re-released at some point too, right? This is gonna be a third release at least, I think. VZTZ. I'd mess with it. Some of my good pals on Red, got their start on VZTZ. Really? Interesting. Well, I might have to look into that. Just, for change of pace. Like, I've been doing plenty of Red 99 streams. No shortage of Red 99 streams. You know, if you come on a Thursday morning or Sunday morning, you're going to see me doing a Red 99 stream. And can you believe? Level 35 already. Almost said 39. Not quite. Let's celebrate. Dance. Let's cheer. It's rude. Let's giggle. Let's cringe. Ooh. Let's laugh. A real knee slapper. Yes. Let's dance again. Another rude for the haters. Another rude for the haters. They're out there. Take that. One more dance. Let's do a jump. Jump for joy. Woo. Let's wave. All right, and hey, everybody that's been watching today, thank you so much. Can you believe that we're about rounding it out to 8 hours right now? What perfect timing. I dinged 35. I didn't think I was dinging 35 today. You know, I mean, I was 31. Why would I think I was dinging 35? You know, 33 maybe. 34 sounds a little far-fetched, but 35, you gotta be kidding me. No doubt, Mutt played a huge help to this. If you're still trying to not blow up your spot, I won't say who you are, but I know who you are. Thank you, old buddy, old pal. Yeah, everybody who's been chilling for the past 8 hours, thank you so much. They allowed duo boxing, so allowing duo boxing is that's a thing people do. I tried it on the last drug box, right? They allowed boxing, and I did, and I didn't like it, right? I two boxed on live sometimes, you know what I mean, and it's great for what it is. It really helps in PVE, and maybe in the right group comp, you could do some PvP, two boxing, you know what I mean, aka having pet classes and just saying pet attack, and that you're done with that tune. But it's not really for me. I like focusing on one. I feel like I can get more done more effectively, less liability with just one. What if they allow boxing? I like to see it. I like to see people boxing because you can get a double kill on both of them while they're struggling to box, right? Hypothetically, I like that. You played two erudites on VZTZ. Interesting, interesting. I didn't know it was still around. I might have to freaking do something about that. Giving me some food for thought. But anyway, speaking of food, as soon as I get off stream, I'm gonna go like dive into some lunch for real. Everybody, thank you again so much. I'm gonna link the YouTube again, right? If you want to see me, you know, before Thursday, your best bet's going to be on YouTube. Not only do I re-upload the Twitch streams so you can, you know, catch up on whatever you've missed or, you know, find some lost video, whatever. It's all there. Occasionally I'm going to load some other stuff never before seen from the vault, you know what I mean? Got plenty of that in the works, like too much in the works. I'm bringing in some of the videos that were from Twitch that didn't seem to go on YouTube. I probably did put them on YouTube, but I just never made them public. So I'm going back and I'm fixing that. So you might see a huge dump of old content suddenly made public. It's just old Twitch streams for the most part, but keep your eyes peeled for something special in the mix there. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, Sir Pac, 8 hours. I know, but that we're about on my limit. You know what I mean? Like, uh, it's been a tough 8. You got to keep your head on a swivel. You got to check who. How many times do you think I've checked who in 8 hours? It's a lot. A lot of times. So, with that being said, I think I'm going to take a little, lunch break. Maybe watch some other EverQuest streams, and I hope you'll join me. Speaking of which, let's get a raid going. You know what I mean? You think I checked who 500 times in 8 hours? Maybe. Maybe. Shout out to Chilogan. Always a pleasure to watch his stream. If you haven't followed Chilogan, take the moment right now to hit the button there in the shout out. You don't even have to go anywhere to do it right now, you know, because he puts on a good show. Play some musics for us. You know what I mean? It's a good time. I always tune in when I can. And yeah, speaking of tuning in, we'll finish off the raid as we do, right? As tradition dictates. We'll go find another, probably EQ channel to raid. You know, show them it's a friendly raid. We're showing them some love from Red 99, and you know, because the Twitch community for EverQuest is the best community on Twitch. I swear. I've streamed a bunch of different games over the years, right before I finally gave in and came back to EverQuest. You know what I mean? Like begrudgingly, I did. I came back, and I'm so happy to be back because the community on Twitch is just the best. Met some cool people. You get to watch all different kinds of streams. You know what I mean? EQ is best in slot. So true. So true. I can hardly say enough about it. And that said, let's see who we got to raid. Well, I mean, it's Sunday. It's Sunday afternoon. Of course, there's a bunch of channels. Makes sense. Well, yeah. Let's see what Twitch suggests to me.
Need to get ready for PvP, get buffed.
Yeah, get ready. Who do we got? Who do we got? Is
Need to get ready for PvP, get buffed.
Amir, are you streaming? Oh yeah. Let's go see my old friend Amir Menefik. He truly a battle cleric. You know what I mean? Like speaking of, you'll see all types of different gameplay. I really like this guy's gameplay. You know what I mean? He plays PvP. He's not on a PvP server right now, but if we can properly entice him, you know what I mean? If we get that perfect mix of Red 2.0, whatever it ends up being, I bet we can get this guy back. But anyway, let's show him some love from Red 99. You know, remind him EverQuest PvP exists. And yeah, everybody who's been hanging out today, thank you so much again. See you again Thursday. If you haven't followed yet, it's free. Hit the follow button, please. Check out the YouTube channel. If you're somebody who uses Facebook and you're ever bored sometime, look up Chewy What a Wookie on Facebook. Hopefully I can at least bring a smile to your face with some unexpected EverQuest content in your feed.
There he is.
Thank you for that follow. Just in time, because here comes the raid. We're going to go see Amir, all right? Thank you all so much. Talk to you next time.